Mickey Cavill. This guy again. Hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today we are talking about the MCU. We're going to be doing an MCU tier ranking. All right, I'm going to reveal, obviously, my ranking chart just after, but we will be doing an MCU tier ranking. And, you know, as MSK likes to say, the MCU has been living rent-free in my ass, or this shit has been living rent-free in my ass for too long. And it's time to take them on. I'm going to be free of any interruptions. Nobody's going to be able to tell me shit. This is my time. This is my time. Okay? Up there, it's their time. By the way, I'm going to be talking about Richard Donner a little bit later afterwards. I was trying to remember the quote from the Goonies that I love of his. But yeah, R.I.P. to him. But we will be talking about his films a little bit later. What up, Tony Robinson? What's going on? I need to make you a moderator, by the way. And Super Wise Man, what's going on? So yeah, it's time. It's time, bro. This has been going on for far too long. MCU apologists have been they've been getting away with murder, quite frankly. I mean, it's too much. It's too much, and I just can't take it anymore. There just comes a time where a man needs to take a stand on his life. And this is it. So I'm going to be ranking these MCU movies for you guys, hopefully for your entertainment. So I've got a tier ranking list, and here's how my tier ranking is going to go. What just happened? Please tell me that didn't just mess up my tier. Oh, okay, cool. It didn't mess up my ranking. All right. In honor of Lord Zack Snyder, the savior of comic book cinema, I have ranked the first level as below Zack Snyder's Justice League and The Dark Knight, but great. That is because there isn't an MCU movie out there that is better than Zack Snyder's Justice League nor The Dark Knight, as well as other DC or other Marvel or should I say non-MCU or DC movies like Kick-Ass or Dread. So there's no movies really as good as like certain movies. V for Vendetta, Zack Snyder's Justice League. Actually, I need to change this a little bit. But anyway, so yeah, put it this way. I just mean by this, a great film, really good, but just not as good as what DC's had to offer because DC's better. Below Wonder Woman and Shazam, but very good. Same kind of theory. Then we've got below Kick-Ass, Dread, and Watchmen, an average. Which is funny because below Kick-Ass, Dread, and Watchmen are excellent movies. So maybe I was just trying to be funny and that doesn't really work because they should be way higher. But let's just say this is the average level. But I just want to remind everyone throughout this that pretty much every non-MCU movie that is a comic book movie is in general probably just better than the MCU movies. That goes for the Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man 1, you know, all the non-MCU movies, literally better. So then we've got overrated MCU trash. Then this is one of my favorite ones. We'll see if any lands here. I'm not sure if they will. Evil that needs to be vanquished from film history. And then the last thing is everything I hate about the world, right? So that's my tier ranking list for you to enjoy. What's up, Fenya? I'm very good, man. Long time, man. We'll see, yeah. So what is everyone? Yeah, okay, let's be. All right. So should we start this start this off, get this shindig going. All right, let's start with Ant-Man. Boy, what do I say about Ant-Man? Ant-Man is a film that really has no purpose in existing. It is a character. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna repeat what I said about Ant-Man and the Incredible Hulk. All right, so Jesus, I didn't know I've been not been you haven't been hearing me for the last 8 minutes. So, man, I need to start this stream again. For 8 minutes, you couldn't hear me. I'll have to edit the stream out then. Um, wow, I have to talk about Ant-Man again. Ant-Man's everything I hate about the world. Let me. Okay, good. There you go. Yeah, Ant-Man's everything I hate about the world. I think it's cynical filmmaking at its worst. This has no reason to exist. You're talking about a character called Ant-Man. Um, Paul Rudd is a. I just don't think he's a. I've never understood it. I think he's overrated as an actor. I don't think he's, he's got some comedy chops, but he's just some guy, really. And I get that's what they were going for. But he's just not that engaging to watch. Maybe the first bit of the movie is somewhat intriguing, but as soon as it gets to the halfway mark, you start getting all the MCU humor, the jokes that don't land, aren't funny. I believe this is Michael Douglas's. Again, Michael Douglas is a fantastic actor. I love him loads. I think every movie he's been in before this, he's done a better performance. Like literally everything. If you find me a worse Michael Douglas performance than the one in Ant-Man, I'll be shocked. Even though he's still good in this movie because Michael Douglas on his worst day is still charismatic as hell. The rest of the cast are disappointing or boring. The villain is a good actor as well, but kind of wasted. And the most villainous thing he does is kill an ant. That's the only thing he does that is even remotely like, I feel like, oh, wow, this is a great villain. I should, it's just a terrible, as a villain, just awful, really awful. And again, it's nothing to do with the guy's performance. Just the worst thing he does that I remember is him killing an ant. And that's it. Then about the Incredible Hulk, what I had to say about the Incredible Hulk, it's quite simple. I think Edward Norton did his best to make this a respectable movie, both behind the scenes and in front of the camera. He was a good Dr. Banner, but he wasn't given enough material to do. You didn't get the sense that this guy was a genius, that this guy was the kind of guy who could develop something so extraordinary that it would turn him into the Hulk. He seemed to defer all of his scientific knowledge to this other uninteresting character who was played terribly. I think they wanted him to be the Incredible Hulk's arch nemesis. I believe his name's the Leader in the comics. Oh no, he is the Leader in the comics. But it was just not very good casting for him. He was awful, annoying. I guess he was supposed to be humorous. The other good thing about the movie was there were good performances by both the villains. I think Thunderbolt was played well. And I think the other guy who plays Abomination did a pretty decent job. But again, they had nothing to do. They just were paper-thin characters, evil for the sake of being evil, really, especially Abomination. Never really get the sense of why this guy's a fucking psychopath, what motivates him. Anything. It's just not very good. It's I've watched it maybe twice, and it's really hurtful to watch when you've got an actor like Edward Norton who could do such a brilliant job of doing the duality of Dr. Banner and the Hulk, and they just give him nothing to do. They just want to get to the action scenes as soon as possible. So that's what I feel about the film. That being said, it is entertaining as an action movie, so I put it in average. It's not like you can't watch it at all. If you just want to put on something not to think about and just watch for action's sake, there's some good fights. So let's hear what people have to say. Now we can hear you. Also, before ranking, let's pay respect to Donna. Talk about what he did right and wrong. I wanted to save Donna to the end. I did mention him. I don't know if you guys heard me, because I don't know if my mic was working at the time, but I did actually say and pay tribute to Richard Donner. He's always going to be one of the most important directors. He's made several of my favorite films. Like, my favorite horror movie is The Omen. He made Superman my favorite superhero with Chris Reeves, and that's one of my favorite superhero movies. He made The Goonies, which is one of my favorite coming of age movies and kids comedies. I want to talk a lot more about him, but man, what a life! And he had a good innings. I'm glad that he died. Uh, when he was old, and it wasn't like some early thing that where it was kind of a tragic thing. So I'm glad that he hopefully died peacefully, and he can rest knowing he gave some incredible films. I mean, like really incredible. I think people sleep on Richard Donner because I think his filmography is so different. But like you think of Scrooged, one of my favorite Bill Murray comedies. You think of The Goonies, a classic kids comedy. You think of Superman, obviously, it's a great classic as well. The man did so much, and of course The Omen as well, another fantastic movie. So I think because of the diversity of his films, he's not like a Nolan where you watch the movie immediately and you're like, hey, that's a Richard Donner movie, that's the style, because he changes up his style, he changes up the tone, he changes up the themes, all of those things, but they still have something distinctly Donner-esque about them, which is a kind of, I suppose, a kind of optimistic joy about the world. I think if there's anything connecting his movies, it's that. So I love the guy, and I'm going to talk more about him a little bit later. So, hey, you're not going to want to hear this, actually. I got your reasoning, but to be fair, the movie could be worse. Which movie are you talking about? Are you talking about Ant-Man, or are you talking about the Hulk? Let me know, King of Comment Trolls. King of the Comment. I like that name. So let's go on to the next one. So we've got Thor, The Dark World. Wow. I'm not being hyperbolic here. I'm really not. This is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. And it's not just bad because, it's just a terrible script and a terrible, it's just everything that the MCU does wrong is done in this movie, and it's I don't even know how to kind of go into this movie. One, it's so forgettable, right? It's like really utterly forgettable as well. But then the second thing about it is it's boring. It shows me in many ways that Thor and his mythology is just not that interesting. I've never really liked Thor from the comics either. As a character, I've always, just to take a Norse god and just make him a comic book hero, I never thought that was like the coolest concept for a superhero. So that in and of itself doesn't make sense. I've never really understood what makes Thor so noble that he can carry Mjolnir. Maybe somebody in the comments can tell me, because every time in the comics I've seen somebody who's able to pick up Mjolnir, they're usually some of the greatest aspirational heroes there are, like Wonder Woman or like Captain America. People like who are arrogant, like Tony Stark, or like Captain Marvel even. They're not able to pick up Thor's hammer, and that's because they're not noble enough. So why is Thor noble? I don't understand. He just seems like an arrogant asshole to me most of the time. But in any case, in terms of this film, completely forgettable. One of the worst comic book movies I've ever seen in my life, honestly. I'll be fair to it that I don't remember it that well, but I do know that I watched it and completely open-minded. I didn't come in wanting to hate the movie, anything like that. I just thought it was terrible. So that's my view of that. Here we go. Captain America. I believe that is that Winter Soldier? Why can't I see these things? I cannot see that. All right. My eyesight is terrible. Oh, it's the first Avenger. Okay, here we are. We've got some good stuff finally. All right, so this one goes here. It's very good. I like Captain America, the first Avenger. I think that actually, in a lot of ways, Captain America: The Winter Soldier is a really good origin, and I didn't like it at first, but I think it improved on second watching, and it improved once I saw where they were going with the rest of the Captain America films. Because I think they played Captain America a lot of the time for silliness and laughs, but Chris Evans himself took it quite seriously. So even though the script, was maybe poking fun at Captain America a little bit, I think Chris Evans was not. I also think I've been able to get over the disappointment of the Red Skull, because the Red Skull was atrocious in this movie. And he is one of the greatest comic book villains of all time. He's up there with Doctor Doom. He's up there with the Joker as one of those villains that, if you get right, he's really dastardly. So he should be evil. He should be killing loads of people, innocent people. Captain America should be going through hell and back, trying to stop the Red Skull from doing some of the most dastardly cruelty you should ever see. I actually believe Captain America really, I'd love to see a darker reboot of Captain America, but not in the sense that he loses his nobility, but just in the sense of, let's have it like during World War II, right? Like during an actual, dealing with some of the political consequences of what was actually happening in World War II. I think that would be an interesting movie, rather than pivoting to what they did with, Captain America simply fighting a Hydra, right? Like, and them having all these new technology and all of, it was like kind of hyper real. It didn't let you feel the gravity of what was happening in that war, because the war they were presenting to us was obviously some, futuristic version of World War II. So that's why I think Wonder Woman, personally, I think that does that whole thing a lot better, because I actually felt like I was watching the real consequences of World War One in some places of Wonder Woman. So I think it's a very good origin story. And I like Captain America for that. All right. Captain America: The Winter Soldier, another good one. Again, Captain America is one of my favorite MCU heroes. So he's up there. Now, I remember when this came out, people were trying to compare it to The Dark Knight. No, my friends, no. It's not better than The Dark Knight. It's arguably not even as good as some of the movies below this, like Wonder Woman, Shazam, Kick-Ass, Dread. I should have fixed this, because I think these movies are really good, and they're pretty much above a lot of the MCU movies. But it's a very, very tightly written, nice action superhero movie. And Chris Evans is great. Again, portraying Captain America. I think that's the strongest elements of the movie. Again, it's the Chris Evans show. He makes Captain America tight. Again, I think the action thriller element of it is done well enough. I don't think it's one of the greatest action thrillers of all time. I don't think it's, transcending of comic book movies in the same way as the Dark Knight, or some people say of the Dark Knight. But I think it is very, very fun. I like most of the characters in it. I think Black Widow's a little underserved in it, but I think they do a good job with Sam Wilson. I think it's the best that we've ever seen of Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury as well. So this is a great one, genuinely great. No irony about it. I think it's really good. I still think when people start talking about it as the Dark Knight of the MCU, that's when I have to be like, hey, guys, calm down. It's not even as good as Batman Begins, let alone the Dark Knight, but I like it. This channel called Thor Talk Explains Worthiness. I adore First Avenger, so damn man, underrated. Okay. Hey, no man. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so let's talk some more MCU. All right, so Avengers Endgame. All right, I'm going to put Avengers Endgame where I believe it should be. I believe Avengers Endgame is close to everything I hate about the world, but it does have some redeeming features. I do you know what? Like, this film is half everything I hate about the world and half just it could go in any of these last four categories, right? Like, any of these last four it could go in, and I'll tell you why. There are moments in the movie that are good. The last action set piece is really actually quite spectacular in places, but nothing in the movie makes any sense, and people keep trying. And you know, when if people don't admit something, when something is bad, it makes you hate it more than it even deserves. So when people try and defend Avengers Endgame, it just makes me want to put it more and more in trash. But there is really redeeming features about this film. I still really like RDJ as Iron Man. We'll talk about RDJ and his performance as Iron Man throughout this. I do always love Chris Evans as Captain America. So any part that they are in, I'm interested in. Unfortunately, this movie has 72,000 characters in it. So the other 72,000 I am not so interested or invested in. They kind of ruined Thanos a bit because he stopped being the kind of philosophical person and just was like, oh, I'm just going to destroy the universe. There's some characters that I didn't like before that they made me like, such as Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. So I'll give it that. I'm gonna go MCU, overrated MCU trash. That's what it's my final word on Endgame. It's just too much of it doesn't make sense. The time travel doesn't make sense, and there's too many excuses for this film. When directors have to tell you, say, hey, this is why this happened in the movie, and that's not explained in the movie itself. That's bad. That's bad writing. That's really bad writing. Infinity War is the same deal. It's better than Endgame, but absolutely the same deal. Overrated as fuck. So many plot holes, so many plot inconsistencies, so much character work that, just like, it made me hate Peter Quill. And I didn't even dislike Peter Quill before. And most of the things that are done in the movie, right, where, things like how so the Peter Quill thing, when he decides to hit Thanos in the face, right? Like when they've almost got the gauntlet off. That is so clearly done so as to progress the film. It's so obvious that's why they're doing it, because they know their silly little film would be over at that moment if they didn't do what was logical that should be done in the film. The same with the Hulk just not wanting to turn up anymore, even though we know that's never been part of his power set. He gets angry, he gets released. We know that's how it works. Are you trying to tell me if Dr. Banner shot himself in the head during that movie, he would have died? Is that what we're trying to say? I mean, that just not how the Hulk works. It was. Oh, we didn't even talk about Avengers Endgame, Thor and Hulk, by the way. Oh my God, what a destruction! What if you can find a worse character assassination of a comic book character? And this is coming from someone who, you know, not the greatest fan of Man of Steel because of how it wrecked Superman, but the character assassination of Hulk and Thor in these two movies is, it takes effort to annihilate and assassinate and make a character look so weak as they did in these two movies. Yeah, that again, the Hulk was one of the big things for me. Like, the Hulk can sort out a number of these fights, so you have to keep him away from the fights. But you're going to do that all the way to the end of the movie just to subvert expectations. You're not going to have one of the main four Avengers like actually show up. Trash, bro. And there's other things that are trash. But the good things, again, why I'm not putting it in completely hateful and should be wiped from film history, is because, again, you have RDJ stealing the show. Again, you have moments where you have Captain America stealing the show. When they're on screen, the films are good. Apart from that, oh, and of course, Thanos is amazing in the movie. I will give him that. They finally did a good villain. He's actually genuinely in the top 20 villains comic book movie villains that I've seen. Thanos is in there. I think he'd probably be like 12, maybe 13 for me. But arguably could be in the top 5. So Thanos is quotable. It's dramatic whenever he's on. And the stuff between him and his daughter is good, even though I don't like the two daughters. So Thanos helps the movie a lot. Ebony Maw is probably one of my favorite characters in all of the MCU. I think he's hilarious. So he gets killed too quickly, in my opinion. So those are the good things about the movie for me. So let's see how much hatred I have got for some of my takes. Hey, man. Bigford, I can send you a link, man, if you want to come on. Avengers Endgame has more character development for individual OG characters, but you like it more than Infinity War, which jumps from character to character constantly. Mind blown. Wait a second. I like Infinity War more than Endgame. Yeah, I like Infinity War more than Endgame. So what are you saying? Avengers Endgame has more character development. How's your mind blown? That movie's terrible. Avengers Endgame has more character development for the individual. Oh, right, you said it again. Yeah, Hulk in Endgames is yikes. Exactly. I fixed it. Okay. I'm gonna send out a link to people. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So, but still, damn blasphemy. All right. So here we go. Let's get to the rest of these movies. Doctor Strange is an interesting one. I think this is an average movie. It's a nice average movie. Pretty forgettable. There's some nice visuals. It's a ripoff of Batman Begins and Iron Man, but with a less compelling character at the front. I do like the ancient one. So you could take that as it may be. And it's a waste of Mads Mikkelsen. This is, again, Mads Mikkelsen, one of the great actors, can do great villains, and they wasted him. He did what he could with what he was given. But, this is a guy who, I mean, he should have been He should have been someone else in the MCU. He could have played someone like Red Skull, for instance. I think he would have been amazing as. Um, but yeah, I just wasted him, and it's one of his worst performances. Even though there's nothing that he's doing wrong in the movie, it's just, you know. And me, I have to say, one of the reasons like I have a problem with the MCU movies is just that uh I like villains, and when you don't have like good villains or villains that are an ideological, in ideological opposition to your hero, I just find the movies really like they're lacking something. So, yeah, Doctor Strange doesn't really work for me at all, basically, but it is perfectly fine to watch. I don't think there's any need to ever revisit or watch it again. But there are some good MCU movies coming up, like Avengers. Avengers is quite simply one of the greatest comic book movies of all time. It is. It is here. So it's not as good as Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's not as good as The Dark Knight, but it is really, really good. I don't think it's as good as Captain America Winter Soldier, though. I think that the humor is fantastic. I think they got the right person to do the humor for that kind of movie with Josh Whedon, especially with RDJ saying those lines. He's hilarious throughout. It's the best the Hulk has ever been in the MCU. The Hulk basically stole the show in this film and was great. Loki, he was a bit of a joker, not a villain you can take very seriously, but at least he was funny, what he was saying. The rest of the cast are a little hit and miss for me, but in the end, when it comes to that build up to that final battle, Hulk, I'm always angry. Just some of the lines in there, I just think was hilarious, funny, very little plot holes. It's a quite simple MacGuffin style story. So there's nothing too complicated, no twists and turns that are gonna, throw you for a loop. But if you just want the Avengers to, like, a bunch of like toy figures to go pow pow, punch punch, and beat up things, and see a big spectacle in the cinema, and sometimes that's nice. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. This is a good movie, right? And that's what I think it does really, really well. It didn't aspire to be more than that, and it did it better than most of the other MCU movies. So, very, very good indeed. Captain Marvel. Now, Captain Marvel is an interesting one. Everyone hates on this movie, and I don't actually think it's one of the worst MCU movies in terms of its story, narrative, everything. I think it's, apart from a few very obnoxious jokes, the fact that Captain Marvel, much like Ant-Man, isn't deserving of a film, really, because she's just a boring character with a boring fucking origin and boring villains, and she just doesn't need a film like dedicated to her. Much like, just she's Captain Marvel. So that's the biggest problem with the movie. But for trying to make her interesting, or trying to make her, story compelling, at least they've got Samuel L. Jackson in it to lighten the load and make it somewhat interesting. So I don't think it's as bad as as people make out. I don't like the twist in it. I don't like any of the Kree. But the story itself is fine. I don't see it as any. It's not anywhere like better or worse than, like, say, Thor or something like that. So I just for that, I'm not gonna put it in anything too low. I'm gonna keep it as overrated MCU. and it's definitely not as good as Avengers Infinity War, not as good as Avengers Endgame. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I like a lot of this, and mainly for the villain Ego, played by the great actor whose name I forget right now. But I thought he was a good villain for once, so that helped. Good villains will always be something that I like. As I said, it wasn't I mean, he had a relationship with Peter Quill, but it wasn't a philosophical difference. It was more of like an emotional parental difference that they had between the two of them. I still find most of the cast of the Guardians of the Galaxy uninteresting. Like, if anybody told me they were never going to make another Guardians of the Galaxy film, I wouldn't care. My favorite character is Groot, so that tells you all you need to know about how I feel about the rest of the Guardians. I am Groot is my favorite line in the movie from any of the main characters, and I am Groot is the funniest line for me, and I am Groot or Groot is the best character. So I do kind of like the little rat as well. He's kind of cool at times, but also can be very, very obnoxious with the humor. It's definitely better than Doctor Strange. It's definitely better than the Hulk, but it is average. Black Panther. Here we go. Black Panther. Black Panther's good. It's not great. Not Dark Knight. But it's good. It's below Shazam and then below Wonder Woman, but very good. And it's definitely not as good as Captain America First Avenger. I liked it. I mean, for what it is, it tries to go into more political kind of issues and subject matter. I don't think it does it very well or very successfully. I think it's not ham-fisted. I'll give it that much. It's not like totally heavy-handed. I mean, you believe that these characters would be having these conversations. It's not like suddenly a character's just talking about, some feminist issue for no reason at all, or bringing it up for no reason that's not integral to the actual story. So I think that's good about it. I think it takes itself seriously a lot. I mean, my only problem is it's an average story. It doesn't. I don't know if I get very emotionally invested in Black Panther or what's going on between him and his cousin and the betrayal and all of that. None of that emotionally hit for me. It was just like fun when he was fighting. It was fun when Claw was making his jokes. I thought the Killmonger, I thought he was very menacing, and it's always a pleasure to see Michael B. Jordan being his charismatic self. And there you go. That's it, really. I don't think. I'm interested in the topics they were talking about politically, but I don't think they made any profound statement about it, any interesting or nuanced statement about any of those things. So that's my view on the Black Panther. Good, but below Shazam, below Wonder Woman. It's below a lot of the DC movies, the DCU movies for me. But it's good. Like, I would prefer to watch many more of the DCEU movies than Black Panther, including Batman v Superman. I might watch Black Panther before Man of Steel. I definitely wouldn't watch it before Suicide Squad. So everybody can hate me now for saying that. So here we go. Iron Man 3. Iron Man 3 starts off really good. It's by one of my favorite directors. Starts off fantastic, has a fantastic villain at first, and then I don't know what he decided to do. He just wanted to screw up his movie halfway through the movie by doing some absurd twist that, it just didn't work. And as soon as that twist happened, the movie went off a cliff. Before that twist, I thought the movie was quite intriguing, and I thought it was quite fun. So half the movie is very good. And, again, RDJ, you can't go wrong with him. Playing Iron Man, he's the best thing about these movies. He's what makes these movies fun and engaging. Every single movie he's in goes up about 2 points for me, just because I don't even think Iron Man as a character is very like a good character, like as a comic character. I think it's RDJ's performance. I think he's that good in the role that he makes Iron Man better. We'll see if they ever reboot or recast. I'd be very curious to see if somebody could match up to RDJ's performance. But I just think he's so fantastic in the role. And maybe Iron Man now has evolved into a good character because they can model it after RDJ's performance. But certainly in the comics, I never was a big fan of like Tony Stark until he became part of the MCU, and I certainly like everything. I like everything a little bit more that has RDJ's Iron Man in it. So where will I put it? It's so bad though, that fight. But I don't hate it. This is the thing. I don't hate it. I don't think it's an evil that needs to be vanquished from history. I don't think it's everything I hate about the world. I do think the director was trying. I don't think he was like phoning it in or anything. I just think he made a really bad mistake with that third act, and it just messed it up. And personally, I think it's so bad, that last bit, that it's worse than Captain Marvel. Yeah, I'd rather watch the first half than Captain Marvel, but the whole film, nah, not the whole film. Thor Ragnarok. This is straight up everything I hate about the world. These are probably, there's only probably going to be one more that's in this category. I think the rest of the MCU is safe from my wrath. But Thor Ragnarok, yeah, it's everything I hate about the world. It's not funny. It's stupid. The Hulk's stupid in it. Thor's stupid in it. I don't think Hela is as good as people make out. Again, you look at the actress who plays Hela. She's better in every single other movie she's in. So we know that she could have done better if she was given the material to do so. She tried her best. I think after Odin dies, I completely check out of the movie. Like once he's on that weird war planet or whatever, I check out of the movie. Goldblum is not good in it. It doesn't have plot holes, I'll give it that. The story's fine. It's just the layers and layers of MCU-ness that's on top of it that is just obnoxious to me. I know a lot of people love this movie. It's just not one of my faves. Let's see what everyone is saying. All right, so Captain Marvel, Endgame, and Infinity War in the same tier. Your tier system has no ranked aspect. It's just arbitrary categories. Might as well be a juncture in the kitchen. Thank you. I was looking forward to your comments, Yellow. The blasphemy is unacceptable. As Film Elitist says, Nerdman's credibility is more dead than Clint Eastwood. What? What? Why is Clint Eastwood dead? Is he alive? What does that mean? Raya. Here we go. How Nerdman hasn't gotten one dislike is crazy to me. They know how I roll, man. Why don't you do it, Wise? So yeah. Yellow, you can jump on as well. I mean, I'm sure you want to argue with me about all of this stuff. I don't know, one of Elite's sayings, Yellow. All right. So let's get on to the rest of this stuff. So finally, the Falcon and Winter Soldier. Oh my god. I'm just gonna rank this as overrated. It's not bad. It's overrated. I didn't like it. I don't want to talk too much about it. It's just not a good. Like, if this wasn't an MCU show, nobody would watch it. Like, really, like there's the new Captain America. He was nice. Everything about him was good. Everything else was serviceable to not good. And yeah, there's nothing much. I mean, the last episode was so horribly written. I don't even know where to begin. And yeah, again, I mean, the main thing for me, I think of the shows that I watch these days, and I compare them to that. Compare it to Daredevil, even like just a superhero show, or The Boys, or anything else. You would not let I think Jupiter's Legacy was better. You would not let those shows get away with this. It wasn't good. But the new Captain America, he's somebody that I'm interested in. Iron Man 2. This is the Justin Hammer show, and Justin Hammer is funny in this. Like, really, like the guy who plays Justin Hammer saves this movie to being actually average. He nearly, it could be good, but unfortunately, yeah, like too many other of the elements are just not very good in it. But absolutely, it's Black Widow's, one of Black Widow's, I think she was most fun in this movie. RDJ was on point in this movie, not as good as Justin Hammer, but as always, it's RDJ. He's fantastic in the role. He knows the role like the back of his hand. I like Don Cheadle's take on Rhodey in this movie. He only gets worse from here, but in that movie he was pretty damn good. But again, Justin Hammer steals the show, but the story is weak. The villain is weak. I mean, if it was a comedy special for Justin Hammer, maybe, but as a movie, no. So I'm gonna have to put it as average, unfortunately, because of that. It's not as good as the movies like Kick-Ass, Dread, Watchmen, etc. Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 1. All right. So Yellow is going to join me for some special commentary. Hopefully now. So we'll see Yellow joining me for some special commentary to come and defend the honor. Guardians was 8 out of 10 in my opinion. Well, not in mine. Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 is better than Volume 2, and it's average. The humor is obnoxious. I just don't like a lot of the humor is really obnoxious. The greatest thing about it is the team building. And also, again, I watched this movie and I didn't feel like revisiting it. I didn't feel like I felt like I got everything out of it the first time. I felt like as I said, the team building was nice, but when I walked out of the cinema, I didn't watch it in cinema. I watched it first at home. When I watched it at home, I just felt, you know what? If they never make a movie about these characters again, I just wouldn't care. Obviously, the music and the use of music was nice, but I can listen to those those songs that I like at home myself. I don't have to sit through this film to watch it. It's not on the same level of filmmaking, humor, or anything as other movies. Yeah, I think it's got some of the best cinematography in the MCU, though. That I'll give you. That long silence is trying desperately to find somewhat a way to defame Volume 1. I've sent you the link. Here we go. Yellow.
Disgusting.
What's up, bro?
It was good, man. How you feeling? Are you chilling? You enjoying yourself
Yeah,
bashing the MCU in this way? You really get a kick out of it, huh? But you got a hard dick right now. Ooh, let me put Captain Marvel next to Endgame. Oh, they're gonna love that. I know that. I know that's exactly what's happening right now. I'm disgusted by this.
So, what do you think so far of my list? I think it's pretty accurate so far. No,
Uh, I feel.
look,
Did you?
Winter
I
Soldier and
literally
Avengers.
just described how you're getting off on defaming the MCU, and you think what? How else do you think I'm going to respond to this? Like, what do you mean? First of all, Infinity War, number
Okay.
one. I missed where you described whatever nonsense you used to justify your placement of it next to Captain Marvel, but I don't even have to hear it. Just move it. Just take Infinity War and move it up one at least. Like the disrespect. Now you got a problem with Endgame. I got a lot of problem with Endgames. I understand how you feel. Whatever. Blah blah blah. I'm confident that like we definitely need to move Captain Marvel down
I just
one.
can't do it because
But
it's
no,
not
you
as good.
absolutely can.
It's not as good as
Thanos'
Dread.
movie. It's the perfect. It's better than Dread. It's the perfect. It's better than Dread based off the fact that it has. See, here's no, but you can't stop. You don't get to. You don't get to get here. We can then dismiss my opinion before I make it. Right, that's fair. Go ahead. Now you don't get to ignore the fact that Infinity War does have the rest of the MCU to help it be as good of a movie as it is. Right. So if you want to judge them like standalone, you can't just say first of all, there's nothing standalone about Dread that's better than Infinity War. There's nothing standalone about Dread that's better than Infinity War as a standalone movie at all. Even if you had no relationship with all of the characters before that point, they give you enough of them interacting with each other to get a feel for who they are and what they're going up against.
Now you're gassing, bro. You're gassing. You know you're gassing. You know you're gassing. You need to be invested in this world to care about what's going on in Infinity War. You literally do. There's too many characters that you just don't like. Half of the reason, like, I didn't understand what Peter Quill was doing or why he was like, hitting, he was hitting Thanos when they'd nearly taken the glove off, is because I didn't realize how impulsive he'd been set up to be. So you needed to know that knowledge about him to understand his behavior. And if not, you just thought, what a fucking asshole. I mean, you just ruined the whole plan.
Even if you
like
even
you're
if you
supposed
know
to be a
that
superhero here.
Even if you know
and the
that,
jokes, man.
then even if you know that, you still think what an asshole. Also, prior to that moment, he has the moment with Spider-Man that shows that he's basically a child when he's like, "Is Footloose still the greatest movie ever made?" Yes, he snaps out of time. He hadn't seen anything. Absolutely,
really
he hadn't seen.
That was amazing.
No, Chuckle and really funny are two different things. Irrelevant. All of it is better than Dread. There's nothing good about Dread. So stop it.
What do you mean?
I'm
there's
lying.
nothing good about Dread. You are lying.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. Olivia Thirlby is incredible. Now move Infinity War up one.
What about what's her name? Lena Headey, Cersei's. She's amazing in that movie. She's an amazing villain. Dark, brutal. That's the kind of villain you want to see. Not better than Thanos. Well, it's an argument to be made. I think Lena Headey's a better performance.
When Thanos introduces, when he's introduced in that movie, he shows up and he's given the child of Thanos is giving the speech.
It's better than him. Yeah, he's giving the speech, and it's a better performance. He's giving the speech,
and then Thanos walks up and beats up the Hulk, and that's the greatest introduction to a villain that you've ever seen. There's no better than that.
It doesn't even make sense. That's a
matter of headcanon. That's irrelevant.
Wait. Let me answer before you move on. No, I'm not going to let you.
I didn't ask a question. They established the villain, and then they set up his movie moving forward. That's the rest of the movie is for him.
I'm not going to take this anymore, Yellow. They established the villain by having him beat up the Hulk, who'd already been trashed for the last fucking 2 movies. Iron Man had beat him. Thor had beat him. Some random wolf had beat him. Everyone had beaten the Hulk, basically. So he was no longer the measuring
Thor
stick.
Thor didn't beat the Hulk.
Thor
and
was
some
about to
random
beat
wolf
the
didn't
Hulk.
beat the Hulk. None of
Thor
these
was
fights
about to beat the Hulk.
definitively
Thor
ended.
was
No,
about to beat the
wow.
Hulk, and then he
That's an
was
assumption.
electrocuted.
That's an assumption based
No,
on
it's not an
headcanon. You've
assumption.
made
He was
that up in
getting
your
his
mind.
ass
That's what
kicked. The
happened.
Hulk
And the
was getting
same
his
thing with the
ass
wolf. You
kicked.
made it up in your mind.
He was lucky. The Hulk was lucky. The wolf was like basically gnawing on his leg or something like that, and then fell off, and that's how
You don't even know.
he
You
won.
don't even know what happened. You don't even know.
Should we bring it
That's
up?
fine. It's cool. It doesn't matter. Please do.
Should we
The
bring it
point
up?
is that
Hulk
the
lucky?
Hulk
Was Hulk lucky in that fight against the wolf? Yes or no?
What are you asking me right now? Did the Hulk have luck on his side?
He won from luck, not because he's the Hulk.
No,
he
that's
gets
not what
angrier
happened.
the stronger he gets. He did not beat that wolf straight up. The Hulk basically got, I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was some little fortunate thing that went his way.
The fight
The wolf fell basically.
The fight was interrupted. The fight was interrupted and the wolf fell. Yes, that's what happened. Either way,
so he
wasn't losing.
So he was taking L's.
The Hulk has not lost a fight yet. That's like the Hulk has not lost a fight. Everybody says he's lost a fight. He has yet to actually lose a fight.
Iron Man in Age of Ultron when Iron Man
he didn't lose. No, he didn't get knocked out at the end. He didn't get knocked out. No, he got knocked out. He got
and it went to black. That's
he
film
was
language for
unbalanced, and that helped. He didn't punch him and it went to black. The effect that Black Widow, that Scarlet Witch had on his mind was ended, right? And then when he got up and looked around, he was like, "Oh, we're not doing this." And what are you talking about? But then he left.
Do I have to pull this up and then like get my stream like? Well, it doesn't matter. It's not monetized anyway. Look, I'll do it for you, man. I swear to, like, in fact, bring it up. Please bring it up because you know for a fact. Because I can't do it. You know, it disrupts. I'm absolutely
not doing that. But that's not the point. The point is, when they introduced Thanos in Infinity War.
Go on. I'm listening.
When they introduced Thanos in Infinity War, he's introduced, and then the movie it's all pop after that. It's the best movie ever made. There's no reason why to talk down on it. There's no problem with it. There's nothing bad about it. It's just great. There's a lot of fan service in it that people do enjoy. There's also a lot of plot stuff. There's a lot of resolution.
So
there's a lot of fans go to watch the movie. Fans go to watch the movie.
Basically, if you're not a fan, then it's not interesting, right? So it's fan service.
The fan service parts of it, yes. If you're not a fan, then you don't connect with it, obviously. And there's a lot of payoff from the last 3 years from the last 11 years of movies that I've
been put through.
Whatever, that's also irrelevant. You don't get to ignore any of that stuff just because. Just because you want to try and compare it to a smaller, lesser movie.
People accept what they see, right? You said that in your rap. It's a beautiful quote, right? And this is the trash because they accept it. That's why they love the X-Men as well. They loved that X-Men franchise. They loved Wolverine until it went bankrupt.
The X-Men franchise also has a lot of problems. People have mixed feelings about the X-Men franchise. I don't understand what kind of point you're making. Are you talking about? Are you just is your beef with the MCU? Or is your beef with MCU fanboys? Because that's a different thing. You can't take the fault of ornery fans who can't handle your takes and then extrapolate it all over to all of the movies. You cannot realistically have Captain Marvel and Infinity War on the same tier. It's just disgusting. It doesn't even make sense.
They're about as good movies. Infinity War
based on what?
Bigger heights. Infinity War has bigger heights, but it has lower lows than Captain Marvel.
False, absolute not. Just take Captain Marvel and move it down one, and then we can have this Infinity War conversation because the disrespect is out of control. I just don't understand.
I'm not. No, I'm not doing that. You know damn well it's on the right place.
I do not think that at all. I don't think it's overrated. Everybody hates Captain Marvel. Nobody likes the movie. How could it be overrated if nobody likes it?
What? That's a good point. But people do like it because it made $1 billion. So somebody liked it, as you said. So
nobody seems to like it.
Maybe
None
on
of the
YouTube.
people who
Maybe on YouTube.
The reason why you made this tier list is the reason. Let me finish defaming you. The reason why you've made this tier list is to spit in the face of MCU fans. Yes. No MCU fan likes Captain Marvel. To put it in overrated doesn't make any sense. Take it down from overrated to whatever is underneath it, and then take Infinity War and move it up one at the very least. See, like, this is ridiculous.
Suffering I've had to go through watching the genre I love be taken down to the level of the MCU, and
what genre?
everybody
How do you
trying
love the genre that's never been done well before the MCU?
Movie genre, and it's
never been done as well before the MCU.
One of two ways you could go: the way of movies like Dread, the way of movies like Batman Returns, the way of movies like, you know, the classic Richard Donner Superman, which have a directorial view, a vision. These are movies that are love letters to a particular character or love letters to the. This is not the MCU. It's like I don't recognize what it's doing. It's like it's turning it into a big fucking joke. It's like a little comedy show. What
it is it's turning it into the greatest film franchise in history, based off comic books. This is how it works. All right, there's mainstream pop music, there's mainstream rock, and then there's all the alternative stuff that all of you hipsters think is the best thing that's ever made. That's fine, and you can like that. The alternative stuff benefits from the fact that there is popular high quality content out there. To ignore the fact that it's high quality just because everybody likes it is hateful, and it doesn't do anything for the quote unquote genre that you love.
Yellow. Nobody remembers that music. The pop music from like that was number ones, like Kylie Minogue or whatever the hell, like from back in the day. Guess what people do remember? They remember the classics. They remember the
So you're telling me right now that
they remember the Radioheads.
Nobody remembers
the Nirvanas.
I remember a lot of pop. Eminem was pop music. Eminem was alternate. You can pretend that he was pop music, fam. He was the most popular rapper in the history of the fucking world. Like, let's not pretend that Eminem is anything other than popular music, fam. Stop it.
Everything. No, Tupac. No, but they become popular because so many people like them, but they are
which makes them pop. That makes them pop. You can start on the fringe. That's fine. The MCU started on the fringe. Iron Man started on the fringe, and then it moved into popular music. That's what happened.
Boy bands and shit like that. Boy bands.
No. That's not what pop is. That's not what pop is. But fine, I understand.
This is great.
That's not what pop is.
That's boy band. That's what it is. That's
a lot of. You can pretend otherwise.
Yeah,
but the fact that there are boy bands.
MCU is Justin Bieber. That's basically what you said, and I agree with you.
That's
I like Justin Bieber songs. You know, they're not all bad.
But Justin Bieber makes high quality music. It's a lot of high quality music. That is true. But no, he's not Justin Bieber. The MCU is the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC. The MCU are the biggest pop stars. Celine Dion. The MCU are the biggest pop stars with the highest quality content.
No. Don't bring
Adele. Adele is the MCU.
Bring Celine Dion into this, please. Don't bring. Don't even bring it.
Craig David, Ant-Man. Every Craig David album. Every Craig David album is an Ant-Man movie. That's what it is. It's just fun to listen to. It's fine.
It's an Infinity War, basically.
Seal. That's MCU. Seal is MCU. Kiss from a Rose.
No.
Kiss from a Rose is Infinity War. That's what I'm trying to help you realize.
All right, so no, let's leave Seal out of this, okay? Seal is, what's that one? I
don't know what
I can't remember
noise you're
the
making
fucking
right
song.
now.
I was trying to remember the chorus.
So don't ever do that.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter. The point is, Seal
anyway, it's one of the greatest songs of all time. Anyway, so
MCU.
Do not bring Seal. No, he's not MCU. The MCU
pop music, bro,
is like what is it like? It's like that, right, like Kylie Minogue, or when people from like TV shows, like what's his name, David Hasselhoff, when he makes music. That's what the MCU is.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand.
David Hasselhoff from Knight Rider. No, I'm not just being disrespectful.
It's just that's all you're doing. It's disrespectful. Get Infinity War away from Captain Marvel. That's all I need you to do. You can continue to blaspheme whatever else you want to blaspheme, but get Infinity War away from no. Get Infinity War away from Captain Marvel.
That's where it belongs. It's about
then move Captain Marvel down. Move Captain Marvel down. Move Captain Marvel down.
Captain Marvel. Look, I honestly would watch Captain Marvel or Infinity War if I was in the mood for an MCU.
The only reason why that is because you have to hate things that people like. So when everybody hates something like Captain Marvel, you gotta find the 2 or 3 things in it that will make you enjoy it.
Why did I put Avengers in Infinity War?
Because it's undeniable. Because it's inarguable. The only reason why you put those up there is so that you can pretend you have some kind of credibility to rank these movies. That's the only reason why you do that. That's why you stumped. That's why you hesitated so long on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. You know everybody loves that movie. It was the greatest showing of taking nobodies who nobody knows anything about and making a great movie out of it.
Shit.
But you had to find something about it that you couldn't like. But before you could actually place it, you were just like, I'm not sure what to do with it. So,
what about the Watchmen, dude? You don't think that movie took like characters most of the world don't know about and did a great job of it?
I think it did. Yeah, I think it did.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't think it did it better than Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. I don't think so. No, not at all. God. One because it's less accessible. It's rated R, so it's less accessible to giant swath of people, right? So they had no.
All right. Good.
But being able to create a high quality product that is also accessible does
like
make
McDonald's,
it great.
Yes. I know, like Justin Bieber, I know, but it doesn't make it great. It makes
McDonald's is not a high quality product. What are you talking about?
Well, neither is McDonald's neither is the MCU movies. That's why people compare it to fast food. They compare it to McDonald's. We enjoy it, but hey, it's McDonald's, man.
It's a false comparison. I'm confident that is McDonald's PR team trying to find some way to ride the wave when the whole world's going vegan. All right. They're just trying to make it work. That's all that is. That's nonsense. That's complete and utter nonsense. There's no nutritional value. Whereas when you go to watch a movie and entertainment, you're looking for entertainment value. Right? Is that what you're doing? When you eat food, you're looking for nutritional value. When you're looking for nutritional value. When you eat food, you're looking for nutritional. When you eat food, you're looking for nutritional value, right?
Good.
Yes?
Tell me one thing you've ever learned from the MCU.
When you eat food, you're looking for nutritional value, right?
One new thing it's ever
when you eat food, you're looking for nutritional value. Is that correct? Would you say that?
You're never going to answer the question, are you? This is my show, man.
I disagree with the premise. You're misrepresenting what I'm actually saying so that you can make a point that no one's asking you to make. When you eat food, do you look for nutritional value? Is that what you're looking for when you eat food?
What have you ever learned? What new cinematic technique have you ever seen in a?
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying, Anzo? Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I had to come in here because Nerdman is on his shit talking again. This guy fucking did he put Infinity War and fucking Captain Marvel on the same level?
Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not even talking about Endgame. All right, I'm not even talking about Endgame. Infinity War, the disrespect, bro.
Oh my god. You know, dude's trying to chill at home, you know what I mean? I'm chilling. And then I had to come and look on his stream and see this fucking blasphemy. And I'm like, no, I got to come in there and back up yellow because this guy is...
Fam, I almost unsubscribed when I saw that. I almost unsubscribed. I swear to God, I hovered over the button. Hey, and Nate was like, I don't see how nobody unliked the video. I was like, I'm about to unsubscribe entirely and block him on social media. I can't understand it. And then I'm trying to have a conversation. And he does his Nerdman thing and dances around the suggestions that I'm making here. Listen, all right? When you go to eat food, are you looking for nutritional value?
No, you're going to eat food because it tastes fucking good.
No, I look for nutritional value.
You are looking for nutritional value when you're eating food. Now, there are foods that you eat because it tastes good, absolutely. But when you're going to eat food, you're eating food because your body needs something. Right?
Oh, well, yeah, of course, your body needs
That's why you watch the MCU, because you like...
When you go to watch a movie, you're looking for entertainment, correct?
Correct.
No.
Oh, never
do you mean
mind.
no?
Well, then
No,
you're not. You're clearly not watching the right things.
Wait a second. No, if you're saying is that the
You
main reason I go
need
and
a
watch a film?
documentary. I need a list of
Yes.
documentaries. That's the only
I
thing
don't.
that you
No, that's
can
not always
credibly
the main
rank.
reason.
Because
I didn't watch 12 Years a Slave because I was looking to be thoroughly entertained
yes, you did.
you know,
That's
in
what
some
movies are
did.
meant to do. They are
I wanted to
entertaining.
learn something. I wanted to
It's
I wanted
entertainment,
to
bro.
So let me
It's
ask you a question,
entertainment.
nerd man.
Yeah, all right.
You
Then
think
I
you
think
said you watch the
you're
movies to learn something, right? But do you
no, not
think
all the
all these
time.
movies are 100% accurate? You know what I mean? Like 12 Years a Slave. You think that's 100% accurate? You may learn some things, but a lot of things is for entertainment value as well.
And so let me tell you what the primary thing I'm looking to do when I watch a film. I'm looking to be elevated, to be moved, to emotionally engage, and I'm looking to watch something that is beautiful. That's
all
my
that
main
is
thing.
entertainment.
To see
all
a
that is
great,
covered under entertainment.
to see a great piece of art.
That's entertainment.
Right?
You're asking to be entertained.
But you're saying entertainment almost like, you know, I mean,
No, you want to
you could
enjoy
be
a good
entertained.
time.
You could be entertained by, you know, like I don't know, like you
can't even
basically the kind of entertainment you're talking about is just like something is fun to pass the time by or something.
That's an inference. That's an inference. You've made that inference because of how you feel about the MCU.
That's the kind of thing that you get about the MCU. That's what I'm saying. You don't learn anything.
No, a lot of the entertainment in the MCU is superficial.
Directed,
but
not
if
original,
you aren't,
it's not unique.
Take your time.
The characters
blah blah blah. First of all, that's not true.
The characters aren't very in depth.
There's never been any other film franchise that has blended different genres of movies together the way the MCU has. So that's completely nonsense when you say it's not unique or unoriginal.
Wow. Well, there's never been
where have you seen a comic book heist movie? Where have you seen a comic book? Where have you seen a comic book spy movie? Huh?
A comic book spy movie, and which one was that? Which one was that?
Winter Soldier.
All right.
Winter Soldier was a comic book.
So you clearly didn't understand the movies that you watched. I understand.
It's just a superhero movie.
Wow. So you completely disregard all. So you're too busy hating the movie to realize what it's actually about. I presume. It's irrelevant. The point is that it blended the genres well.
Casino Royale, or do you think I should watch that one, or The Bourne Legacy, or
Winter Soldier over Casino Royale?
Facts.
Wow. every day.
These are fucking MCU.
And I love Daniel Craig's Bond. I think he's the best Bond that we've ever had. I like rough and tumble, dirty Bond. I like Bond who gets his hands dirty. I like it. Winter Soldier over Casino Royale every day, every single day.
Yes. Absolutely.
No, my friend. The Casino Royale, just in terms of the first action scene, the way it's done, like with him running on the rooftops and all of that kind of stuff, amazing. Nothing like that in Winter Soldier.
The entire chase fight in the middle of the movie. The entire chase fight in the middle of the movie.
Green screen nonsense.
Okay, so now you're talking. So now you're talking about the choices that creatives use to help create their art. You're saying that the green screen is less authentic, therefore it's lower quality. That's what you're saying. All CGI is less authentic, therefore it's lower quality.
It makes it feel quite fake. Yeah, like the action doesn't seem as hard hitting as like what you see in something like the Bourne movies or Dark Knight.
So your complaint is that you're unable to suspend your disbelief long enough to think that there could be a super soldier who could beat up another super soldier in the middle of the street, like realistically. What are you saying? I don't understand. The knife choreography alone between Steve and Winter Soldier is the best.
It has the best action, but it's nowhere near what happened in Casino Royale or
You're absolutely
Dread.
wrong. You're absolutely wrong. But
Dread,
fine. That's Dread. Jesus Christ. Stop talking about Dread, bro. It's not a good movie, man.
I know.
That's fine.
It's not a good movie.
I get it. It's fine.
It's got a better villain.
It's not, bro.
It's got a better, more compelling hero. I love the female is like actually a really great feminist, character. If you want to talk about like great female characters in
Olivia
in
Thirlby's character was great in Dredd.
She was
Olivia
fantastic.
Thirlby's character was great.
She's the way
I don't
a good
know that
female
her being a woman.
I don't know that her being.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. The reason why I don't know about that is because nothing about her character it was necessary. Nothing about her character was necessary because she was a woman. Like there was nothing specific about her being a woman.
Her trying to set Steve Trevor up with a girl or something. Like what boring bullshit. They're having an
His
action
name is Steve
scene.
Rogers. Stop trying to inject your DC bullshit into the MCU.
Whatever, dude. All those conversations of him trying to set her. What was that? Like this office romance thing that he was trying to do. And why is she always getting pimped out to everyone? They tried to pimp her out to the Hulk. They tried to pimp her out to Iron Man. They tried to pimp her out to Captain America. Nothing ever sticks with Black.
They never tried to quote unquote pimp her out to Iron Man. And they never tried to pimp her out to Captain America either.
That wasn't the first thing he said to her, wasn't it? Like how sexy she was. First comment ever made to her in the film.
So what?
Oh, it's just great. Like
that says everything about
reducing the woman to
everything about Tony Stark.
Are you
that says nothing about Natasha Romanoff. That says everything about Tony Stark, and it's more to her character because she was in undercover. She was in disguise.
Yeah, but the woman from Dredd was better. Both female characters were better. So. Oh. As were they in Wonder Woman, so it's not just
none of that has anything to do with the fact that it's sitting over Infinity War. None of that has anything to do with the fact that it's sitting over Infinity War. You have to stop this nonsense. I don't think Black Panther is way better than Wonder Woman, but I do like it more.
Shazam is better than Black Panther.
Like I like it more because there's black people. I got to be honest with you. It's just seeing so many beautiful black people on screen at one time.
There were so many
really
beautiful
did
black
my
people
enjoyment.
making loads of money for a white corporation. I know.
Oh my God, Nerdman, are you kidding me?
Feel good.
No.
Feel good moment for the black community.
That is a valid critique. And I respect and agree in a lot of ways. Irrelevant though, because that has nothing to do with how good the movie is about. How good the movie is.
I respect Ryan Coogler for making one of the best MCU movies, and that's why it's so high. Can you see how it's high up there? Like it's better than most because it's got some substance to it, as opposed to no substance, zero substance, which is every single other MCU movie.
Infinity War,
the ones at
Infinity
the
War.
one at the top.
The culmination of the greatest film franchise in history. The rising action of the. See, I think you need to pull back a little bit. You're so used to watching these tiny little art house bullshit movies that you can't understand what the MCU is actually doing here. This is a gigantic franchise with an incredible story that is unfolding much in the same way that they do in comic books, movie by movie, and they develop and they grow. Are there some misfires? Absolutely. Are there some bad choices? Sure. And is it a little superficial? I agree. That has nothing to do with a little superficial. That has nothing to do with you putting Infinity War next to Captain Marvel and refusing to address it. Every time I bring it up, you start talking about something else. All right.
Wait. Is it, so your problem is Avengers Infinity War is like on the same level as Captain Marvel? That's what
that is my biggest issue with this.
So,
yes,
okay,
that is my big not
that.
The single one. That is my biggest issue.
Wow.
This is the disgust. All right, I get it. All right. Enjoy yourself. I'm out here.
I'm joking.
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
The disrespect.
You know what? And I say this all the time.
Infinity War is better.
I say this all the time. Nerdman is just talking shit to talk shit. He does not believe this shit. It really does seem like it. Yeah. It's not. He doesn't believe this shit. He really doesn't.
All right.
That should not even be on the same level, bro. If you have Black Panther in the 2nd tier, Infinity War should be in number 1.
No, man. You wish.
Can we just start with getting it above Captain Marvel? Can we just do the realistic thing? Like, this is a completely, it delegitimizes your entire ranking system.
It's my list. Look, I just want to ask
it's
you
nonsense. It's not a ranking.
Apart from that, apart from this, okay? How do you guys feel? Richard Donner passed today.
I don't care.
Oh, you don't care? Oh, wow. That's
not
cool.
even a little bit. I don't know that guy, and I don't like Superman very much. That's the only thing he's ever done that anybody ever cares about. I mean, it's shout out to him and his family, prayers, blah blah blah. But like, I don't care that Richard Donner.
Goonies, Omen, starting the whole comic book movie thing.
Goonies is overrated. So.
Oh, Goonies is overrated. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Goonies is overrated. Old people love it. I get it. I loved it as a child. I'm not going back to watch the Goonies.
This is why you like this trash. I swear to God. Anyway, Omen.
It doesn't even make sense.
You don't like Omen? I don't like Lethal Weapon. I think Lethal Weapon's overrated.
Horror movie fan.
What? Yeah, I'm not a big horror guy, but The Omen was good. Yeah. You're also wrong about Lethal Weapon 1 and 2. 3 and 4, maybe they.
I'll tell you why I don't like it.
1 and 2.
As a kid, it used to annoy me. I was just like this. So basically, you've got one useless cop who's the black cop, and one great super cop who's the white cop. And I just always used to be like, I'm just switched off from this from the beginning. Like, if you're not going to give the black guy at least some, like, epic shit to do, then he has no skills. He has no skills, bro.
What? He was a great. He was the shooter, bro. He was the best shooter. Like he. Do you not remember the fucking diplomatic immunity? Shoots him with the revolver, bro, from like 100 feet away with a handgun, shoots him directly in the head. What are you talking
about? All I remember is it Riggs? Riggs, the white one who comes from the army, who's like the basic.
So you don't even know their names. Stop talking about stuff you don't understand. Stop it. Just stop. Take Infinity War out of the fucking category with Captain Marvel. Stop this.
Wait a second. Enzo has to talk about you and Jesus Christ, I can't believe, like, for you to actually say you just don't care about someone dying, that's cool and everything.
I'm very clear about how I'm a terrible person. I know. I'm very clear about that.
I know you're terrible. Right. That's why you like these bullshit movies. It's fine. Anyway.
Anything you can do to discredit my opinion. I get it.
I was kind of on Yellow's thing, because when you sent it, you said you're talking about Donner. I was like, well, I don't really got much to say about it, because I feel sorry for his family and shit like that.
I know what it's like for people to die. I get it. Yes. But I don't care about that guy.
You don't
know
Scrooge.
him. I wasn't a particular fan of his work. Scrooge was with Bill Murray. Scrooge was fine. It's great. I love Bill Murray. But like, who cares?
The man's made some great movies. That's what I'm saying.
Fine, but I don't.
And he started this comic book genre that you bloody love.
DMX died. I was very sad about that because of the impact that DMX had on my life personally. That's it. You're a big film fan. You care about Richard Donner dying. That's fine. I'm not trying to talk you out of caring about Richard Donner.
Movie 30 years ago than all of these comic book movies you love right now.
Oh God!
First of all, that's not true because I love. First of all, that's nonsense because my top 3 comic book movies are The Dark Knight, Logan, and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. None of those Superman movies are better or come close to any of those 3 movies. So stop the nonsense, right?
Which ones did you say?
Not. It doesn't matter.
Into the Spider-Verse, Dark Knight, and
your
Logan.
Entire
I don't believe
was
that
false.
those are MCU movies, unless I'm
not at all
mistaken.
No,
all right, they're not MCU movies. So I'm saying he made a better movie, Superman 1 and 2, than all of these 36,000 movies.
You are incorrect. Superman 1 and 2 is not better than Winter Soldier.
I don't think Superman's better than Iron Man. Keep it a buck with you. I just don't. I just think one because the main character is mad corny, but that's obviously a subjective thing.
I think Iron Man
to hate everything that comes out of it.
Iron Man is
you have on a regular basis praised Robert Downey Jr. for his portrayal of Iron Man. Now that it doesn't fit your argument, all of a sudden Iron Man is cynical and he's trying. He's a boring character, and I don't care about anything.
Did I say he was a boring character?
Just talking nonsense. This is the shit that I'm talking about. Right? You accuse everybody else of fanboying or just saying anything to win an argument, but you consistently do it over and over and over again.
No, he's a pure hero. He started off the comic book universe, and that movie is a beautiful
Superman is
love
American
letter
propaganda.
to the beginning of comics, to the 1930s comics. It's a beautiful love letter to that fucking shit, man. How can you, if you love comics, man? That's the Bible of fucking comics. That,
well, there you go.
Then,
now all you've done is gatekeep. You've gatekeep movies. You've gatekeep comic books. Now, like, what do we do? What's the next arbitrary decision you're going to make that accuses me of being less of a fan of stuff because I disagree with your ridiculous opinion that led you to put Infinity War next to Captain fucking Marvel on a goddamn MCU list?
I love the way you've taken so much offense to this. Look, Captain Marvel isn't that bad. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
it is that bad. And Infinity War is that good.
Really overrated. That's all I could say. What do you want me to do about it?
I still don't understand how you could put Captain Marvel in a list that says overrated when nobody likes it.
Except him, obviously.
I don't think it's that bad. I watched it. In comparison, it's the same feeling I had when watching X-Men 3 and watching Spider-Man 3. I was like,
so then,
I don't
change the category to Nerdman's controversial list where he doesn't know where to place movies. Change the category.
Watching X-Men 1 and 2, I watched X-Men 3 and I was like, I don't know why people are thinking this one is so much worse than the rest of them. I mean, like, they were just as bad movies. X-Men 1 was probably worse than X-Men 3.
No, it was worse than X-Men United. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not even joking. I didn't even know that was a hot take. X-Men 1 is garbage. It's really fucking bad. X-Men 2 is good because of the guy who plays Stryker. He's the best part. Brian Cox, he can probably do anything, and he makes it, a little bit more entertaining. But apart from that,
that is one reason why it's good. Yes, there are other reasons.
Yeah. It apart from that, it's okay. It's an perfect.
Xavier and Magneto obviously are both great.
Oh Lord, really?
I find McAvoy and Fassbender better as the Professor X and Magneto, to be honest.
That's fine if you find them better, but you can't say that they're not good. You can't say that fucking...
I'll tell you, I'll say Ian as Magneto is good, but the Professor X guy, Stewart, overrated.
What?
Wow. Okay.
Overrated.
All right. I guess that's...
I just don't like those movies. I think they focus on all the boring X-Men.
But that doesn't make it overrated.
So why would I want to watch all the boring X-Men like Iceman and like Cyclops and whatever? They don't give me a proper rogue. They don't give me a proper Gambit. They don't do anything. I mean, they have saved Beast for the third movie. All the cool X-Men that you liked. It's nice to have the boring ones because it's good because they play off the more of the bad boys of the group or the outliers of the X-Men. But if you have all of them and it's just Wolverine going bub bub and like fucking with rah and then with his little claws. Oh, what interesting mutant powers. You've got a whole collection of mutants that you can use, and you use Wolverine, and his mutant claws are the main powers you see in all three X-Men movies. Most of the other powers are just bullshit. It's like, one person has electric, another person, you've got so many mental powers from those X-Men books of powers that people could do, and they just use the trash ones. Somebody's got telekinesis. Oh, he can lift things up with their mind. Great fucking power to use. Magneto, lift things up with their mind. It's just, come on, man. It's terrible. Awful.
Are you kidding?
So that's a sign of the times that the movies were made, and it has nothing to do with the quality of the film. And to compare the two newest X-Men movies or the two newest versions of the X-Men characters to the old ones, it's just not fair, especially when no one took comic book movies seriously at the time. Like, the best thing we had was Batman and Robin.
Or Blade. No, Blade came out before the first X-Men.
Blade made it possible. Blade made it possible for the X-Men movies to be made. Right? Yes. Blade is the godfather of all this shit. Facts, yes. Right? But it was also rated R.
True.
And you can't ignore that there's an accessibility thing when it comes to these kind of, that's just, you can't keep excluding that from the conversation anytime you bring it up. Also, none of that shit has anything to do with you putting Infinity War next to Captain Marvel, bro. That's what I'm here to address.
Beating around the bush.
And every time I bring it up, he starts talking about something completely different.
When I watched the rest of the MCU movies, I was like, they're all average movies, and Captain Marvel is an average movie. There's
right,
stuff
and it's
I don't
easy
like
for you to
about
just say that, but you have to actually provide substantive reasons for your ridiculous subjective.
And they project that on the movie.
That absolutely has happened. That absolutely has happened. So, I'm not one of those people. I actually like when Brie Larson got up there and told that punk ass reporter that A Wrinkle in Time wasn't made for you. I enjoy that type of shit. I like when she got out there and told all these women hating men, well, guess what? This movie's not made for you. Like, I'm okay with all of that stuff. They can be mad at her for all that. I'm fine with it. It doesn't. Yeah, I'm not offended by a woman having an opinion that changed. That irrelevant. Irrelevant. The point is, she got out here and said some stuff. People didn't like it. I had no problem with that. And I'm not mad at her the way she acted in the movie. I don't think she acted terribly in the movie. I think she was directed terribly in the movie because the movie was trash. It was rushed. There was poor direction. There was a poor script. It was just bad.
The last time I swear she didn't come from the streets, bro. I swear, like, she's like some middle class, like, valley chick, isn't she?
I don't know what is the point that you're making.
Why would she come out talking about, like, you know, like because her movie, because people didn't like her movie, like, all of a sudden it's because it's a bunch of white guys, like, who reviewed it. I mean, that's true of some films. Yes, if she was criticizing you know, I don't know, Eddie Murphy films from, like, the 80s, right? Like Golden Child or something like that. That happened to that movie. Probably, if there was a mixture of critics, you might have had a different opinion on those kind of movies at that specific time. But nowadays, that movie that she was in was just bad.
But Brie Larson
she wasn't in
right about. But Brie Larson
was right A Wrinkle in Time.
No, she wasn't.
But wasn't she?
No, that's what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, and you just make these completely ridiculous points that have nothing to do with nothing.
In A Wrinkle in Time, bro.
And let's be real. Some of these movies that we watch, and these superhero movies, really and truly aren't meant for some of those critics that are out there doing this stuff. These movies aren't meant for them. These movies are meant for us, comic book fans and fans that like this kind of genre. Right. So a lot of those critics are into,
yeah, that's true.
Movies like fucking Oscar-winning movies and stuff like that. Yeah,
and they unfairly criticize those kind of movies, but it's not because of the race of the people. It's because they just don't dig, like, genre.
No, but that's what she was saying. But that's what she was talking about. She was talking when all the white men got mad at her because she addressed white men. It's the same thing they get mad about everything. That's irrelevant. None of that has to do with the fact that the movie is trash, and it has nothing to do with Infinity War being next. Like, that's ridiculous. Get them away from each other.
You're saying the truth. Where you're telling the truth. I think there are a group of white men, not all white men, but a group of white men who would have been offended by that statement, no matter what she was talking about, whether it was A Wrinkle in Time or 12 Years a Slave. Like, it could have been any movie.
No one said all. I didn't say all white men. I didn't say that.
No, I just want to be careful when I say that, so that I don't,
why? You were scared to offend white men? Like, what are we talking about?
No, I don't think it's right to do that. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right to say all black men are like.
But no one said all, though. That's the difference. No one said all, though, right? It's an assumption when for whatever reason, when someone hears blank group blank, when someone hears blank insert identifier, they assume that means all. That's not what we're talking about.
I don't care about offending anyone, by the way. So that's not my problem.
Well, clearly not, because you still have Infinity War next to fucking Captain Marvel.
I was just about to say that, because you're offending fucking enough people with that shit, and you even put fucking Falcon and the Winter Soldier worse than Captain Marvel. I don't get that.
Can we just focus on Infinity War and get it away from Captain Marvel? We need to do one thing here before I leave. We have to get Infinity War away from Captain Marvel. That's what has to happen.
I don't think you're gonna get him to do that. I don't think you're gonna get him to do that.
I ain't doing that, man. I'm just telling you, like, can we move on to Thor?
You are absolutely bananas with that one, but okay. And you even have Endgame there too.
So Thor,
it's just
Thor, I'm gonna put in evil that needs to be vanquished from history. I think this
so. I
movie
would
is awful.
say,
Wow.
I
I don't
don't
know
like
that it
Thor.
needs to
Neither
exist.
do I. But I
I don't
think it's
like
still better
Thor.
than Captain Marvel.
It's definitely better than Captain Marvel.
I actually don't. I think
And the only reason why I would say it's better than Captain Marvel is because it doesn't have Thor doesn't have the problem with the humor that the MCU has developed and gotten worse and worse with over
oh
time.
no,
In
it
the
does.
beginning,
That middle
it's still
section.
not as bad, and that's my point. It's not
Oh,
as bad as
oh, it
let's say
is.
with Captain Marvel.
It is.
Even though I love
I'll
Ben
be
Mendelsohn
honest.
in Captain Marvel, and
Captain
I
The
don't
Marvel.
like
only
the
the
Thor
only
movie.
joke that really pissed me off in Captain Marvel was the one with the cat in the eye thing, where
That's
she
what I
takes
was just about to say.
that
They
that is
fucking
the worst joke
they
that
took
they did.
what happened to his eye and made it a fucking stupid joke. Not only
Yeah.
that, right? They also made it so that because of Captain Marvel is the reason why we got the name Avengers. Bullshit.
Why does that matter? What difference does that make to the world?
Because
Avengers are like
oh
it doesn't
god.
really matter anyway. Like who cares where they got the name Avengers from? Why would you be offended by that?
I feel
Because
the
in
same way about the
If it
eye
was an
thing. So
no, the eye thing, right? Is like
yeah,
for
whatever.
me, Samuel L. Jackson has been tight in one movie, Winter Soldier. In all of these MCU movies, I don't think he's been that great. So I don't find it like his
Avengers.
eye sacrosanct at all. And he can, whatever. Avengers, he was okay, and he wasn't that great. So
so
yeah,
the
with
eye
his eye,
bothers you, but him not coming up with the name bothers you.
none of it
Doesn't
bothers me.
bother you.
None of it bothers me as much as Natalie Portman, one of the great like actresses, like being reduced in Thor to just ogling Thor instead of being an
That's
actual
not. She
scientist.
wasn't just. That's come
She
on.
was
That's
reduced.
again.
That's
That's
what she
I
was
hate the
reduced to.
MCU, so I have to find
She
every
was.
possible way to
She was
besmirch
just.
everything that's ever happened in it.
Oh, he's
That's
so
not what
hot. He's
happened.
so like.
Yeah, because first of
Jesus
all,
Christ.
yes, that is a thing because he is hot. All right, but that's not the only thing that she did.
That was pretty much the only thing she did.
All right,
And
that's
it
fine.
was
Really?
Sure,
it was a it
if
was
you're
a
going to be
if you go and
reductive, then
see
sure, that's fine.
her in Closer, if you see her in Leon, if you see her in any other movie, she's better. And in this movie, she's one of my favorite actresses, reduced to just being like I don't know what she was. Like talk
First of all,
about
you're wrong.
not
You're
even
wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
yeah,
Now,
one of her worst performances.
did they use her as much as they could have? No, they didn't.
They used her badly.
Being underused is not being reduced to just ogling Thor. That's not what happened, man. Stop it. This is ridiculous.
That's how I
She's
felt about it.
responsible. She pushes the plot forward in the movie.
That
On
shit
multiple
stayed in bed.
occasions, she
Yeah.
figures out the thing that gets them to the next
Looking
point.
for a hot
It's
boyfriend by
her
the end of it.
relationship with.
That's why she continues to pursue science to get the moon rainbow to her hot boyfriend. That's what I mean. It
That's
literally
smart.
she has nothing. Like it's so paper thin, that story. This whole
You know what's
story of
crazy?
Thor once it gets out of
I'm
Asgard.
so used to not trying to reduce something to make my point that I just don't have that skill as developed as you do. Like I don't have to attack something just to try and make it seem like it's worse than it really is, right? I can just talk about the merit of what it is and base it on the facts of what it is and then and judge it like that. Like it's hard for me to sit here and just listen to you just reduce every possible thing about a movie that I already don't even like in the way and to justify
Rogue
having
Comics, come and
Infinity
jump on,
War
man.
next
Jump on.
to
I'm sending
Captain
you the link
Marvel.
as well.
Thor and Captain Marvel are probably the same movie, so you could just put them next to each other, and that'll
I
be
can
fine.
agree with that.
You're not telling me what to do. I'm sorry. It's like the thing that you. I swear to God, it's like. What did you say is the same movie? Thor and Captain Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
They are pretty much the same movie, except Captain Marvel is just a little bit better. That's it.
No,
How?
Thor is
In
better.
what way is it better?
How would I say?
You don't even know.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's pure arbitrary nonsense.
Look how long it took him to answer.
She's attractive. That's what makes it better. All right, cool, fine, sure. He couldn't even say that. It's fucking. Let me find something that sounds good as fuck, so that they can't argue 100%. Against it. You're just bullshitting, bro.
100%. He took way so long to answer that.
She was good in the. She had more to do in the Star Wars prequels than in bloody Thor. Don't give me that bullshit.
Irrelevant.
He's trying to compare her in the Star Wars.
Also, more to do, and it's less. Like more to do, and it's less good. So, like, what are we talking? The MCU and Star Wars have both. The MCU and Star Wars have both underused Natalie Portman. Absolutely. Let's not pretend like she didn't just lay on a bed for the whole third movie, which is arguably the best of the prequel series. Like, come on.
No, I liked her in the first one. The first one is underrated. The Star Wars Phantom Menace.
God, no, it's
in my
not.
top 3.
No, it is not.
In my top 3 Star Wars movies.
It's rated right where it should be. People like it. People don't like it. Fine, that's right where it belongs.
Really good. It's really good. It's better than 2 of the old Star Wars movies. So
maybe.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's better than 2 of the old Star Wars movies.
Which 2?
I think you have to ignore a lot of the bad stuff to come to that point, though. But.
No, I want to know. I want to know which 2. Which 2 is Phantom Menace? No, tell me now.
He's talking about the first 2.
Huh?
Actually, he might be talking about the first one and the last one, but you know.
Please do not tell me that you think that the Phantom Menace is better than Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, no. That's what he said. That's what he's telling you. Yes, the first 2. That's what he's saying to you. Yes.
No, I think it's better than
A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back is worse than Phantom Menace. That's what he's saying.
I think it's about on par with the third one in the first series. I'd say they were about the same level. Return of the Jedi and that one. They're as good as each other. They're both very fun movies. I like them both a lot.
I don't know how you can like the prequel series and then hate the MCU this much. They're fucking Jar Jar Binks is one long
from what
slave
I've seen,
joke.
have been better than the MCU movies. The Star Wars movies, from what I've seen so far, have been a better franchise, including the new one.
Do you only watch the abridged versions on YouTube?
Last Jedi? No, I watched the whole thing,
bro. Don't even say The Last Jedi. What?
The Last Jedi is better than most MCU movies.
Are you fucking crazy?
Is it? Is The Last Jedi? No, The Rise.
So it's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday. All right, I get it. So it's not. We're not actually making substantive points. We're just saying as many hot takes as we can.
Yeah.
Got
absolutely.
it. Cool.
No, I'm not saying as many hot takes as I can. The Last Jedi is the second one, right?
So you're saying
with
there's more
Rian Johnson?
Yes,
the Rian Johnson one. That's a good movie, bro.
What?
I don't care what anyone says. That's a fucking good movie.
That movie is trash.
That was really. It wasn't quite as good as Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi, or even the Phantom Menace. But I think it's the 4th highest one. That's really.
God. Are you fucking mad? What they did.
Surprises. Do you think that no.
Like, what they did in that movie?
You think the heroes are in like total like that's the most danger you've ever felt. Like the heroes face. You have no idea by the end how they're gonna get out of this.
They went to Canto Bight to find the code breaker, right? And it was like, oh, the guy at the code breaker that's there is gonna have a rose. First off, how the fuck does they know that he's gonna wear the rose every single fucking time he goes there? Second off, hold on.
You really found a huge critique in the film.
Hold on.
He didn't wear the rose.
Another one. No, I'm gonna give you another one. So they happen to go to jail and then find a code breaker that can do the exact same fucking thing that the person they were looking for. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit, bro.
She tells betrays them at the end, and they don't even need to break the code because there's a whole different plot that's going to actually happen. It's a fucking side quest. So now you're saying that the heroes 100%. Were in danger on a side quest? Shut up, bro. You're just making noise. And none of that. All right. So here's the thing. Maybe there are some things in The Last Jedi that's better than some of the older Star Wars movies. That's fine. Yep. If you can recognize that, that's cool. I don't see how you can recognize that, but then also not recognize that Captain Marvel has no business being next to Infinity War on any tier list. No business at all. Move Captain Marvel down next to Thor.
The Last Jedi is better than every movie that is below the Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Right, so you're just
crack.
saying things to like make people mad. I get it.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
It's
But I
better
don't
than
care.
Black Panther. It's better than. I'm not saying it to make people mad.
That's
like,
exactly
I'm
what you're
telling
doing.
you
That's exactly what you're doing. That's absolutely what you're doing.
So then, if you're not doing it to make people mad, it's you're smoking crack. Hands down, because only a fucking crackhead would come up with some stupid shit like that, bro. I'm sorry.
It's literally over and over again. It's like I'm much smarter than people, so everything that they like must be bad, and everything that they don't like must be good. But it's like I fucking love Shawshank Redemption, The Godfather, and I love all these movies too. I just don't see why you have to pretend that you're like some kind of a fucking I don't know hipster like critic and just hate on things because people like it. Also, explain to me exactly how Infinity War and Captain Marvel deserve to be on the same ranking. Just explain that, because you have yet to do that. You start talking about everything else. Explain to me in what ways they are similar, that they belong to be next to each other.
Oh, they're little fun kind of rides that are
no. Get the shits. Don't give me your fucking. You're talking about MCU entirely. You're just saying this is how you feel about the MCU. You're saying the MCU is fast food. These are MCU movies. They belong in the same rank. That doesn't actually help me understand what analysis you used to come to these conclusions.
The Hulk is trash in the Infinity War, so that's worse than anything in Captain Marvel. What else?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The Hulk is how is the Russos misusing the Hulk worse than anything in Captain Marvel?
Will's jokes and Spider-Man's jokes is worse than anything in Captain Marvel. I just think they're not funny. I think
Peter that's trash. That's trash. All right. So you're too old to appreciate the MCU. I got it. It really stung you when he said really, really old movie and then proceeded to explain what happened in Star Wars. That really hurt your heart.
What was his joke when he said that I came up with the plan or whatever, like to Tony Stark, and he's like, but I was the one who said let's come up with a new plan. It's just like, come on, man. That is a tired joke. It's a trope that's been used over and over again. I mean, Jesus Christ, just at least try. At least fucking try, It's an obnoxious, let's stop this movie to make something funny joke that isn't funny, right? That's what they do the whole fucking time.
It doesn't stop the movie. That's a character interaction.
Like Zack Snyder uses slow motion. It literally does.
Sure, absolutely. I have a problem with the way the MCU uses humor. I absolutely agree that the MCU does not use humor in the best way. However, in those moments, you have a lot of characters who have to interact with each other, and they have to show what those relationships would look like. What those we have to show what those relationships would look like to the fan base, right? These are fan servicey parts, right? This is what you do when you make a movie, is you service the people who are going to see that movie. You understand? That's why Sonny dies in The Godfather, right? Yeah. Because to everybody who's watching that movie up to that point, it makes sense for Sonny to die. And as much as we hate the fact that it happened, we also love the fact that it happened. You understand me? You have to serve the fans who are watching your movie. That's the point of it. And when you have Peter Quill, one of the dumbest people in the universe, and Tony Stark, one of the smartest people in the universe, there's going to be moments where Peter Quill is dumb and Tony is smart. That's what that scene is to show you there. And you're acting as though it absolutely did. You just didn't like it.
It brought Downey Jr. even down. Even Downey Jr. Even he couldn't save those scenes, man. Like literally, he was trying.
All he did was make a face. He made a face, and it was hilarious, and it was incredible, and it was perfect.
It was how I felt inside having to listen to this fucking bullshit. And yes, he's right. Like, he was right to make that face. It was like, why is a fucking 28-year-old, older man who's traveled the universe, should know better? Why is he acting like a fucking 6-year-old?
Why is a 47-year-old man who has seen so many movies put Infinity War next to Captain Marvel? Explain it.
Why'd you call me 47 first of all?
Because Anzo just turned 47, and I felt like it was a funny number.
Oh, thanks a lot.
It's just a funny number.
There's no need for that. There's no need for the personal attack. It's like, come on, man. I'm not.
What?
And until you change that list, yes, there is.
Wait, who was attacked? The number 47? It's a funny number. Like, what? Who was attacked?
Well, where'd you get that old? Anyway, thank you for saying, I look, 10 years older than I am. But anyway, so... So what are we fucking talking about anyway? You want to know
why is Infinity War next to Captain Marvel?
Infinity War has worse parts in it than Captain Marvel, but it's also got better parts in terms of Thanos. Thanos is the better part.
What are the good parts in Captain Marvel?
They're okay. There's nothing really good. Samuel L. Jackson's on point.
Their little adventure. Oh my
their little adventure that they have together is okay.
So you're literally just like, I remember parts of the movie, so I'm gonna say clearly.
It's not clearly. Great, Infinity War isn't either. I wouldn't have remembered Infinity War if it wasn't for people always arguing with me about the stupid parts of it.
Oh my god,
that's irrelevant. The fact whether you remember or something has nothing to do with the movie. That has nothing to do with it. That's dependent on how well you've eaten that week, what other things you were thinking about. Like that has nothing to do with the movie.
The power scaling's terrible as well.
Infinity War is top tier, bro.
Of Infinity War is terrible.
You got to remember,
you think I'm ever going to put Infinity War in the same level as Dark Knight? You think I'd ever let you feel that good about yourself?
But the Dark Knight is not on this fucking list, dude.
On my watch,
you're ranking the MCU. You're comparing the MCU to the MCU, and there's in no world, not any of the alternate worlds that Loki visits, not any of the alternate worlds that Doctor Strange is supposed to protect us from. In no world is Infinity War next to Captain Marvel, bro. That's it. That's it. You have to get it away from Captain Marvel. That's it.
That's the most financially.
I can't hear anything you're saying because we're talking at the same time.
That's the most financially successful MCU movie. You know damn well. I'm a DC diehard. I ain't gonna put that on Dark Knight level. You crazy? No.
You can get it away from. You can give it away from Captain Marvel.
I don't give a fuck what you say. It's better than Dark Knight. Infinity War is better than Dark Knight. I'm telling you that right now. It's better than Dark Knight. Better than Dark Knight. It's better than Dark Knight. Yes, it is. Hands down.
No. See, this man doesn't like The Dark Knight. It's the greatest masterpiece in the genre. He doesn't like it. How am I supposed to?
It's not the greatest masterpiece in the genre, but it
is the greatest masterpiece in the genre. Okay, so Ant-Man and the Wasp. Everything I hate about the world is my least favorite.
They literally cut and paste a scene during the whole Batman goes to China and steals Jang or whoever the fuck his name was. They used the same scene back to back to like extend the fight.
And everything you're saying about Captain America
literally cut and paste. It's a loop.
No, Dark Knight was a crime thriller. That was the true one. That was actually a different genre. It was truly, beyond just a superhero movie. It was literally putting a superhero in a crime thriller, not Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier was not his place. It was like a comic book goofy movie, for the most part.
Are on crack.
Just because they were spies, that's it. Where was the espionage? Where was the true espionage? Where they were going in and out?
The entire takeover of S.H.I.E.L.D. The underlying, all of the Hydra agents that were spread across S.H.I.E.L.D. and the fact that Black Widow and Steve had to run away from everybody, for most of the, what are you talking about, bro?
Have you seen the Bourne films? Have you seen those movies?
You're comparing it to a Bourne film? Are you kidding me?
Come on, man.
Well, I can compare Dark Knight to crime thrillers to Heat. I can compare it to different movies. Sure,
but it much of the same way in Heat as in Heat and in The Dark Knight. There's no fucking superheroes in either of these movies.
Facts.
There's no super anything in any of those movies.
Facts.
Come and speak. Look, I love when you're spitting game, bro. Come on. I gave you the link. See, come spit that game.
Yeah, that's right.
Come spit that game on here. Get wrecked like these two are getting wrecked right now.
No, anyway. I don't think so.
I love this world where you can just say you won, so then that means you won. I love the internet for that. That is one of the best things that I think the internet has ever allowed to be born. You can just say, you can just be like, I'm killing you, and it's automatically true because you said it first.
No, I don't agree with that anyway. I think all of that is nonsense. You should be. This is just a fun conversation for me because I like
maybe.
Yeah, and you milk it because, like I said, you don't believe this shit you'd say. You just do it because you know the conversation's gonna go a certain way, but you don't believe this shit. I can guarantee you, Nerdman gets off the internet and he's popping in fucking Endgame. He's popping in Infinity War. He's popping in all those movies and watching them. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
He paused Ant-Man to make this lesson.
Ant-Man and the Wasp is everything I hate about the world. It's I mean, not only forgettable and boring and unfunny, and just proves that this Ant-Man character doesn't deserve a franchise, and yet they're forcing more of this onto us. Continuing to contribute to the cultural genocide that is going on. That is mainly being perpetuated by this MCU mega franchise. This is the worst offender of all of those movies. The Ant-Man and the Wasp. Things like Fast and Furious are also like in a similar kind of vein. But this is bad. I mean, like the way, the fact that this could be where film is going and that people are allowing this to succeed, I think in future people are going to look back at some of these and just be like, what was going on? That's my thoughts on Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I hated it when Martin Scorsese said it, and I hate it now when you're saying it. Nothing is stopping any of these creatives from making movies, fam. Right? They're just not going to get into the box office. No, you're saying this is where form is going. It's the death of cinema. Culture is dying at the hands of the MC. Like, shut up. You sound ridiculous, bro. That shit sounds stupid. You sound like Satanic Panic when everybody was playing Dungeons and Dragons in the 80s. No. You sound like fucking like serious.
No, you don't.
I think it's not serious.
No, you don't.
I think Kevin Feige needs to be stopped.
Do you even watch good movies? Do you watch any good movies? What about the MCU prevented Uncut Gems from being made?
Uncut Gems is better than every MCU movie. It's good. Yeah,
what about the MCU? If it's this scourge on culture, prevented Uncut Gems from being made?
I didn't say it stopped it from being made. I just think the fact that there are so many acolytes to these kind of movies just goes to show, and critics love them as well. Like these fake fucking critics like these movies, and they put them in the 80s, 90%, and you're just like, dude, do you know what 90% means for a movie? Like get a 90%. I don't care how Rotten Tomatoes or any of these things work.
Well, I mean, they're using the exact same kind of system that you're using for this bullshit ass tier ranking that you have here. Like they have their own way of aggregating. Nigga, you have Infinity War next to Captain Marvel. That's like. I don't need to actually say. I can just point to it. There's casual fans will be like, "Yeah, I don't really like either of those movies very much, but like this one was definitely better than that one." And they're gonna point to Infinity War, the one with the purple guy with the ball for chin. That was better.
I don't even know why you're repping for that one so hard. Like I think there's other ones to rep for more than Infinity War.
Not next to Captain Marvel.
I'd rep for maybe Guardians of the Galaxy more, except I just don't give a shit about their existence. Again, they're in the Ant-Man category. If they never made another movie about Guardians of the Galaxy again.
Get Infinity War away from Captain Marvel. Why aren't we talking about Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy is better than Infinity War.
It's not next to Captain Marvel. It's irrelevant.
I tell you,
what do you want to do anyway?
I keep saying it over and over again. He doesn't believe the shit he says. He just doesn't.
Which one do you want to find out next about?
Then pick whatever one you want. It doesn't. This entire
Avengers: Age of Ultron. Everything I hate about the world. It is again. I just think it's a terrible. And
so you don't like when your protagonists interact with each other in humorous ways. You really don't like that at all. You don't like when you get relatable moments between protagonists. Everything has to be dark drama and dream. Everything has to be BVS and Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League for it to be good, right?
Here's the thing, right? When you make jokes and especially ones that tend to be unfunny because they're just trying to. What they try and do is force as many jokes in because they know that one of them is going to land with like me or somebody else because they can't be consistently funny.
Do you go to the movies and watch the MCU movies in theaters? So, do you ever go to the movies and watch the MCU movies?
No, why would I do that?
All right, so then shut up. You have no idea. You have no way to understand why they put these jokes into these movies. When you're in the theater and all of the jokes are hitting, it's not they're just cramming them in there, hoping this one hits, hoping that one. Well, no, this one will be a miss. That's not what happens.
I watch Thor
People
Ragnarok
laugh at these jokes. They enjoy. Right. They enjoy these, and I bet you the fucking
Thor
theater
Ragnarok.
was crawling around on the floor, dying laughing because Taika Waititi is hilarious.
No, it wasn't. There was mild.
You created your own version of the world.
I swear to God, even the person I went with, who's an MCU fan, was like, it wasn't that great.
But you do realize
it was mildly like I heard chuckles in the cinema.
But you do realize that,
but chuckles in the UK is roarious laughter in the US. By the way,
I heard groans.
Chuckles in the UK is uproarious laughter in the US. Let's be serious.
And you know that comedy is subjective, right? So what you may not find funny, other people will.
Well, I find this conversation funny.
So do I. 100%. So do I. This conversation is hilarious, just like your list.
I think my list is funnier than these movies. But
so then you know your list is bullshit. Then that's right. You know your list is bullshit. Then right? You just said it.
It would still be funny.
You know it's bullshit, right? So and you just said it now. If my list was completely accurate, so you know your list is not accurate as well. So you are doing it just to piss people off.
I am not doing it just to. This is how I feel. There's not one movie that I have put in a different spot than where I think it deserves to be.
Yes,
so this is Infinity all subjective. Clearly, it's all subjective. Clearly, Age of Ultron for me is just. I don't know. Like it was such a mess up from the first Avengers movie, and again. The humor was forced. It was really, really forced. Language, anybody? I mean, and when it's forced like that, it's obnoxious.
That's characters. You ignore the fact that Steve Rogers is stiff and from 1901, right? Where shit is a ridiculous concept. To say shit out loud in a group of people is a completely ridiculous concept because of how puritanical people used to pretend that they were, right? So like you ignore the fact that Steve Rogers is from that era, and then you ignore the fact that Tony Stark is from an era and also the type of person who bucks all of those kinds of traditions. And that character interaction, you ignore all of that character context because funny. You don't like the joke.
Captain America would say it. I don't think he's that like fucking dumb.
Then you don't understand who Captain America is. He literally explained it. He said it just slipped out, like it was a reflex, like it was something that his grandmother had done to him a couple of times.
Explain a joke. You know what happens when you have to explain a joke?
That's not what explaining a joke means. You guys, you're ridiculous. You people just say shit. You don't even understand what it is you're saying. That's not what explaining a joke is. That is further joke. That is extending the joke. That is called a tagline. That is a tagline that makes the joke funnier.
Can I tell you the bigger problem with the movie now? The bigger problem with the movie is it's completely nihilistic morally. According to this movie, Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Dr. Banner are fucking criminals. They are criminals who got many
Do you know what nihilism means?
Killed. Yes, I do know what nihilism means.
Tell me then, so I can understand what it is that you're saying here. Because them making decisions that they made, I don't see how it's.
There's two forms that you can talk about it. You can talk about it in the philosophical form, which comes from like
it's all philosophy.
German
philosophical. That's what nihilism is. It's about an outlook on the world, right? So it's all philosophy.
Yes, but it means something very specific within Nietzschean and Heideggerian philosophy, whereas we're in the common meaning or what it means to the common person is a belief in nothing, a belief in nothingness, essentially having no moral principles or believing, essentially believing that there's nothing morally binding anybody in the universe, apart from maybe something like the idea that might makes right, for instance. So if you're stronger, you're right. That could be one nihilistic moral philosophy.
That could be an outlook that someone assumes if they think that there is no greater meaning, because that's what nihilism really is, right? There is no greater meaning. It's essentially meaningless, so we can pretty much do whatever we want to do.
Existence is meaningless, and therefore you can do whatever you want to do. So it's a belief in nothing. Yeah.
Continue.
Okay. So as I was saying, the Avengers.
It's not really a belief in nothing, though. That's not really the same
Avengers:
thing.
Age of Ultron, as far as I'm concerned, is a completely nihilistic movie, which makes the heroes essentially they have no. As long as they've got power, as long as they've got money, power, influence, they live by a higher standard, or they have their own. They can do whatever they want because they are producers of their own morality. They make Robert Downey Jr. into a kind of Ubermensch figure, essentially.
I'm sorry, what?
Forcing an Ubermensch, a Superman, like a Nietzschean figure where you believe that because you've got power and you're intelligent and you can see beyond mere mortals who are just like ants in comparison to him, that therefore anything he does is right, as opposed to so he doesn't have to there's no accountability for his actions in this universe at all. He is a war criminal by any fucking standards for what he did, for creating this murder bot and unleashing it on the world and killing loads of people. And
so you're ignoring the fact that he didn't actually create a murder bot, right? That was something that went wrong in the.
It doesn't matter if it's something that went wrong.
Sure. But that is important context, right?
He was in the process of doing something, right? I'm sure the people who unleashed the coronavirus on the world, that was probably an accident as well. But that doesn't make a difference to the real world.
It doesn't make you a war criminal because they weren't at war. So,
well, I didn't say that. I'm just saying, giving
you literally said war criminal.
I said in this movie they were a war criminal.
Right, but absolutely, yeah. And I'm saying they were not because they weren't at war with anybody when these things happened. So they're not war criminals.
No, what happened with
they didn't take robot, there wasn't another side
trying to annihilate the Earth. The thing that he created, was right. I suppose that was a conflict. There were people in conflict with the robots, right? The people of Zarkovia or whatever.
Yes, them. They were in conflict. The Avengers also were in conflict with the
Avengers were in conflict.
No, that's not how war criminal works. Don't try to create it. Don't try to make up the way war criminal
whatever
works.
You want to call it, he's a criminal. He's a criminal. He deserves to be in jail. He should have been in jail after that movie. Right or wrong?
I disagree. I don't think so. No, one, because they are operating outside of whatever you would call the realm of crime or law and stuff like that, which is why after that movie, because of that movie, the Sokovia Accords were a thing, right? But of course, Civil War is a terrible movie too. So blah blah blah. You don't even make sense. So it's like I need consequences, but then when there are consequences, those are stupid consequences.
No consequences.
The movie didn't do what you wanted them to do, so it's a bad movie, right?
Consequences. That was not consequences. That was at most a slap on the wrist. It was like, and it wasn't even addressing specifically how, basically Banner and what's it called, Tony were responsible for engineering this nightmare into the universe or into the world. Like this literally a robot that wanted to, who basically was imbued with the spirit of Tony Stark, by the way. Who wanted to literally annihilate and create an extinction level event on the world and killed thousands upon thousands of people. No one's going to say anything about that because he's Iron Man, right?
They said a whole lot of things about it. They created an entire accord that would put them under the control of the government. That was their solution, because they are a superpower that they wanted to, is it enough? It's irrelevant. There were consequences, there were consequences, which was also
what you'd want to happen if Elon Musk did something like that. Let's see, or Bill Gates.
It doesn't matter what I would want to happen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, it's not. It doesn't matter. The point is that the people who made the decisions, decided what they were going to do. In the same way that when Albert Einstein and whoever and everybody else who was involved with creating the atom bomb, the people who made the decisions decided what they were going to do with all of those different powers and all of the different moral quandaries that arise because of it. Right. That's what they did.
Atom bomb the creation of the atom bomb, somebody didn't do an extinction level event on the world, where like literally, I know obviously what happened in Hiroshima, terrible. That was the generals who decided to do that, not Albert Einstein.
Yeah, thousands of people. Right?
Yeah, no, it's terrible, freaking awful.
Thousands of people, thousands of people that you just said died because of what Ultron did.
Literally, more people, in fact. And there was no decision maker in between him and that robot. Those were the only decision makers. He decided to make that
version of Ultron, right? That's not what happened, right? You're ignoring again the fact that things went terribly wrong because of the Infinity Stone.
He created something with no thought on what could happen, what the possibilities, what the potentials of what could happen by him doing something like creating a dangerous, overly powered AI.
Yeah,
right?
Who would
absolutely, be far more intelligent than even he was.
And they have those, those conversations, do they not?
Something he could not control.
Is that not? Well, he could have controlled it had it not went wrong.
All right, Enzo, what do you think about this? I know you agree with the nihilistic movies of the MCU. Go on, what do you say about this?
I just think you're talking shit.
Yeah, and the movie, and my main point is that the movie is not nihilistic. The movie is not nihilistic. Tony is nihilistic, yes, and Banner helps him, but the movie is not nihilistic. Because the movie also in Steve Rogers and everybody else, which is again further build up from the first time that they met each other to continuing through fucking Infinity War and Endgame, right? The dichotomy of those two characters and where they butt head. The movie itself, in the same way that it shows us that Tony is nihilistic, because he is. There's no way that he absolutely is, right? But they show us that Steve Rogers is the exact opposite, and he challenges him at every junction. That's the whole point of the movie.
But the whole thing is that it turns out Iron Man's right in the end.
No, that's not. What do you mean?
By creating Vision, because he in the end he is vindicated, isn't he?
He didn't create Vision.
Thor comes in and
Iron Man plays a small part of the Vision thing. He puts Jarvis inside of him. That helps. And then there's also the Mind Stone. It just happened to go right, and Thor also helps. So it's not just.
Maybe that could have gone wrong as well, though. You know, like Thor comes in, so basically vindicates him, does the electric, charge to create Vision or whatever. That's basically them saying, Tony got it kind of wrong, it was just, an accident happened, but
that is what happened, though. It was an accident. It was because of the Infinity Stone that things went terribly wrong. And now, once you're in a situation that, again, the Sokovia Accords were not a little thing.
But that wasn't even about that. That was just about
that was in direct response because
it wasn't
of Ultron.
In direct response to them creating
Yes,
Ultron,
it was because that's exact. It's called the Sokovia Accords. Nick, what are you talking about, fam?
They were talking about the battle between the Avengers
monster that was created. The monster that was created by you can't if you're not going to use the same language that you just used a second ago, how can I respect what you're saying?
No, they never mention that Tony created the actual problem. Like he created Ultron. Sorry.
It's because we all know that he created Ultron. It's because we all know. They don't have to tell us what we know.
Oh, every time the Avengers fight people, that then bad things happen and people die and whatever when they fight people. That's bullshit. Of course, that's going to fucking happen.
It's bullshit that you assume that that's the only thing that matters.
People who are trying to do much worse things. So of course that's going to happen.
It's bullshit that you ignore what the Sokovia Accords is because of what was said at one time. You're ignoring what they were. They're called the Sokovia Accords, which is a direct response to what happened in Ultron, which is and also what happened at the beginning of the Civil War in Lagos. Like you can't just ignore that these things just happened. That's just the point that they were making to sell it to the people at the time. It's called the Sokovia Accords because of everything that happened to Sokovia, son. Stop it. This is nonsense.
Look, in any case, I think, you know, we're obviously not going to agree on this one. As far as I saw in Civil War,
I've disproved your nihilism point. It's not a matter of agreeing anymore. It's just you being stubborn. I've completely eradicated the idea of the movie being nihilistic. I've eradicated it entirely.
The hero was a nihilist, and he was the one that we're following, and they believe in what he's doing. In the end,
so you ignore all of the other Avengers in the Avengers movie. That's what you're doing now. You ignore all the other Avengers in the Avengers movie.
Captain America was in the end wrong. That was what they said. The moral guy, the guy who actually does have like morals, was wrong because he should have created Vision. That's basically what it says. Vision should have been created.
That's not what it says. So that's not what it says.
That happened when they were doing that.
That's not what it says.
Because in the end, ultimately, Iron Man.
That's not what it says. That's not what it is. So, okay. So you would rather they come up with time travel and prevent Tony from creating Ultron in the first place. That's the solution in order to make it something that's not a nihilistic movie. I'm asking you, this is one, this is an option.
Make a hero that I can believe in, or make it that Captain America is right. Like Captain America be the virtuous one and have to stop Tony Stark from doing a stupid thing like creating fucking
That's in the next movie with the Sokovia Accords. He couldn't stop Tony this time, but he certainly stopped him next time. It's so much so that Tony then changes his mind and comes over to his side, right? That's what happened. All right, so you ignore all of the actual facts, right? You grab onto the one thing and then you say, I'm going to keep saying this until it's true. That's not what's happening here.
No. That's not what happened here anyway. All right, let's go on to the next movie.
I like Ultron much more than that. It's better than Thor, and it's better than Captain Marvel. You need to move it. This is ridiculous.
It's better than Thor: The Dark World, and it's better than Ant-Man.
It's better than
better than Thor. You're right. It's better than Thor,
and it's better than Captain Marvel as well.
Yes.
No, it's not better than Captain Marvel.
No. But this is so then now you're penalizing the movie because they explored themes in a way that you didn't enjoy.
Yeah.
All right, swag. So then you need to move Infinity War up because there are no themes in Captain Marvel.
There are themes. There's the feminist theme. I
There's absolutely not. That's not a theme. That's not even a thing that they. That's not. No.
That's the there was that song at the end, wasn't there? Girls gotta do it for yourself, or whatever that song.
That's not. So now we're just gonna disrespect No Doubt as well. So this is just all around disrespect.
What else is new when you're on a Hot Take Tuesday? Nothing but disrespect.
That song was good, man. What was it? What was the song?
Just shut up.
What was it? So the Falcon and Winter Soldier. Is it better than Falcon and Winter Soldier? Nah. I think that's right. It is definitely evil that needs to be vanquished from this world. Anyway, Iron Man. Let's go. So Iron Man is about the same.
You're bullshit. You're full of shit. You are full of shit. I know you did that on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, you better move that.
It's not. It's very good. It's very good. I like it. Dude, I've been talking some shit about RDJ. He's my favorite thing apart from Captain America in the MCU. So I do tend to like what he does. So his movie, I don't know if I'm gonna gas it up to be like on Dark Knight, just under Dark Knight level though. I think here is better.
What the fuck is up with you in the Dark Knight, man?
Because it's a really good movie.
It is a really good movie. I don't know how you can place I don't know how you can place.
Is Iron Man better than Captain America and Panther? I think it is. Yeah, I like it better.
I don't know how you can place the.
Sorry, I don't
Winter
usually
Soldier
smoke
under Dark Knight though.
cigarettes, but I have my electronic cigarette is like fucked at the moment. How I can place Infinity War? Which one do you not know?
That's not what I said, but it doesn't matter. Just move on to the next movie because I'm leaving soon anyway.
All right. So Iron Man, I think it's great. Do you want to talk about it for a little bit?
Nope.
Iron Man is great.
Iron Man is very good. I don't know what else to say about it.
I still don't know why it's in the second category. It should be.
I think you know what
the categories are bullshit. The categories don't even matter. They're bullshit.
No,
one of them is called overrated trash, and a movie in the overrated trash is a movie that nobody likes. I don't understand it. Nobody likes it. How can it be overrated?
And below Wonder Woman, and Shazam. So you're saying
it's overrated because he likes it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
And you're saying Iron Man is worse than Wonder Woman?
Yeah,
Iron Man is worse than Wonder Woman.
That's fucking nuts. That's out of control.
That's straight facts.
That shit is absolute garbage.
Wonder Woman actually
the entire villain reveal at the end doesn't. It's very bad. And fucking Steve Trevor died. If there's a terrible CGI fight, but the villain makes sense. The villain makes sense.
Well, the villain makes sense in
the fight between Iron Man and while it's but the fight is ugly. It's a Dragon Ball Z light fight at the end of this incredible movie.
I quite liked it when she
and the reveal was very stupid. And because the fight is so ugly, it distracts from the fact that Steve Trevor dies. It completely distracts from the fact that Steve Trevor dies. It isn't a completely
nihilistic movie. It's about a hero who's actually a hero who stands for.
What did you say? Wait, what? Wait. What do I not like? And then why do I not like it?
You just don't like it because it isn't a completely nihilistic.
What is it? What is it that
Wonder
I don't
Woman.
like? No, I love Wonder Woman. You see nonsense. You're just talking nonsense now. Know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, fam?
Who said we didn't like Wonder Woman?
Yeah, it's better than Iron Man.
Ultron is not a nihilistic movie. Iron Man is a nihilist. Yes, Iron Man has a scientific view in the world and has everything that he sees. Nothing has detracted from that view. That makes sense to me. That's perfectly understandable.
As the ultimate hero of the MCU, so the MCU therefore is nihilistic as well, isn't it?
No, that's not how that works. You can have heroes that are flawed. You can have heroes that are flawed and still be heroes. That's a thing that can happen. I don't know why you guys pretend that a hero has to be perfect. You got to get away from the hero journey. All right, those fucking Greek epics have been lies from the beginning. Stop it. Don't let them trick you into thinking that there's one way to tell a story. That's probably why you think one way of telling a story, because you're in love and enamored by those Greek mythological lies. All right, what Greece is not responsible for Western civilization, fam. Yeah. They perverted the civilizing tools that the Egyptian gave them, and then that's how we ended up with Romans. All right, stop this nonsense.
All right. That's fine. I now you're just getting into like discussions about the pitfalls of different civilizations. The fact of the matter is, the movies that I like have morally rich heroes because I think that is a good.
What do you think?
Example, morally rich in terms of I think their morals are good. They stand for actually good things, so that you actually feel what they're doing in the movie. You can go,
nihilism is a
good
thing.
You can root for them. You can root for them in the movie. I can't root for what Iron Man's trying to do in fucking.
He's trying to put a shield of armor around the world. That's what he's trying to do.
That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird.
How is it weird? It's a direct extrapolation from his character. He put a suit of armor around him, and then he was like, "Oh my God, there's aliens. Let's put a suit of armor around the world." Like, what are you talking about? The murder bot was an unfortunate circumstance because of his obsession. That's not. It's a suit of armor around. It's not fucking Minority Report. It's not satellites that shoot into the ground. It's a suit of armor to protect from outside stuff. Is what
and when
the
he
point
dies,
was. It's a metaphor.
Do you think people are going to use it for good reasons, or is he going to switch it off so that people can't use it anymore? Or does he think like America
somebody
will
like
be
Peter Parker to bequeath it to?
Oh wow, Peter Parker, who gives the most dangerous weapon in the world to the first guy he meets. Great job.
Heroes are flawed. Because flawed heroes are a good
because
thing.
they're flawed and they stand for bad things, and you want me to root for them.
Peter Parker doesn't stand for bad things. He made a mistake. In the same way that Tony was obsessed and traumatized, so he made a mistake. That's what happened.
Batman did at the end of the Dark Knight? What did he do? He created something that was a terrible tool, and he made sure it was destroyed. He said, "Okay, I've got to use it to take out this one guy,"
which was obviously
and then he
unrealistic.
And that bit of the movie was great. That was one of the great bits of the movie.
It was
you have to have
a very interesting theme. It was a very interesting thematic thing to happen. It's also not realistic at all.
Fist pump, yes.
It's complete bullshit.
My hero.
Luckily, he was able to put it in the hands of somebody with the same morals as him and said that, yes, we'll use it for now, but it has to stop. Luckily, unfortunately, in the real world, that's not what we come across now, is it?
He'll just give it to a teenager. Who cares, right?
And what about Batman in your Justice League movies? What about the mistakes he made?
What?
Are you gonna say he didn't make no mistakes?
What if his mom's name was Jane?
Exactly. He would have killed Superman and made a huge mistake.
From the time period, it's just as likely that his mom was named Jane as Martha, right? So what if his mom was named Jane, and then there's no, who the fuck is Martha? Stab, Superman's dead, Doomsday shows up, Wonder Woman can't take him out, everybody dies. That's your perfect world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the bad guy was doing that. That was Lex Luthor. The bad guys are supposed to be the nihilists, not the
good guy. Would have killed the only hero. The good guy. The good guy in the movie wanted to kill the other good guy. Wanted to murder him. The other good guy. That's what happened.
Lex Luthor.
The good guy in the movie wanted to murder the other good guy
against the aliens.
My God, this guy is
the good guy in the movie wanted to murder the other good guy. That's what happened. The good guy held a green spear to the other good guy's throat in that movie. That's what happened. Are we ignoring that?
No, I'm not ignoring that.
Okay, all right, cool.
I'm not ignoring that.
It sounded like it. It was very interesting. We started talking about Lex Luthor, and nothing that I mentioned had anything to do with Lex Luthor.
I know, right? It's like, no, Lex Luthor had to do that. So it was Lex Luthor that was holding the fucking green
Ben
spear.
Affleck isn't my favorite Batman. I liked him more in Justice League than any of the other movies.
That's not the point. You just
keep talking about nonsense.
He's not my favorite Batman. He's like
irrelevant. Irrelevant.
I like him at the same level as Val Kilmer because I don't think he stands.
But that's not the point, nerd man. That's not what we're talking about.
That's killing, he's doing all kinds of things. I don't think that's Batman. Like I think, like it was an interesting take to deconstruct Batman and make him into this dark whatever he's been taken over by his darkness. That was interesting since we just got the Dark Knight, which showed the morally upstanding Batman, and we knew the Batman from the 80s movies as well. So again, that's completely different. Like that's a progression and looking at a different point in this character's life.
But your movies require your heroes to be like perfect and beautiful. Yes, and in all of those movies that you love more than anything in the MCU, none of those heroes are perfect and beautiful. In fact, I believe Zack stated that he wanted to show an imperfect Superman and an imperfect Batman and blah, 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 to kind of deconstruct the... But you have Justice League. You have Justice League above Avengers. And you have Justice League above Avengers.
Go on, finish.
You have Infinity War next to Captain Marvel. It needs to stop.
And you don't even have it on Justice League level. Like, are you kidding me?
So Civil War. Here's where I'm putting Civil War.
Below Wonder Woman, really?
Below Wonder Woman, yeah. Civil War. It's definitely below like Dredd and Watchmen and all of those movies. So Civil War, again, is a continuation of this nihilistic theme from Age of Ultron.
That's not what nihilism is. This is ridiculous.
That's how I feel about it. I think there's no the fight in the airport has no stakes. I think they literally just were talking about these heroes being able to just do whatever the fuck they want. and then they go to an airport and just completely fucking destroy it. Even the guys who were saying, hey, we have to be under control, we can't act unilaterally and just do whatever the fuck we want in a modern, democratic world where we're supposed to respect freedom and rights and property and all of those kind of things. And then they go to an airport. Live in a democratic world. They go to an airport and just completely fucking have some. It's a play fight almost. It's not even a real fight. They're not, properly trying to hurt each other or anything like that. Because they're friends. Oh, all right, okay. So they're just having this little sparring match. They're having a little sparring match in an airport, destroying property that they probably have no intention of paying for or
Tony Stark obviously is going to pay for everything. We've seen him buy buildings before he destroys them.
Okay, that's okay to just destroy people's shit then.
It absolutely is not okay. That's not the point. When you, if you have superpowered beings, if you have extra normal beings who are fighting, things are going to get destroyed. You just said that.
At least Batman and Superman aren't like in the middle of a main fucking airport just destroying
the
shit.
whole reason why Batman wants to kill Superman is because he had a fight with Zod that destroyed Metropolis and almost killed a little girl. That's the whole reason why he wants to kill him. Kill him.
Yeah, and you're also fucking ignoring the fact that there was absolutely no people in that fucking airport.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. That's still people's property.
I don't know. I don't care about people's property that much. I get it. I feel you because like when there's civil unrest and you're trying to stop make certain changes in the world, you can't destroy property. They should shoot those people for destroying property. I agree, Norman.
So
they should be arrested. So what about, wasn't that criminal damage?
So what
they
about
were arrested. They literally Ant-Man was literally on house arrest because of the events.
So what about Superman and Zod?
He just said that he missed it. Apparently, he missed it. The whole reason why Batman wanted to kill Superman because of Superman and Zod.
Save the world.
But what about the fight? What about
they weren't trying to save the world. Captain America wasn't going to go and destroy every single living person on the world. Zod was.
What about Man of Steel?
But allowing for
that they did.
What would have happened if Iron Man allowed Captain America to do the rest of his shit? What would have happened?
Anzo asked you a question. My fault. Go ahead. Anzo asked you a question.
So what about the damage that Zod and Superman did in Man of Steel? So should Superman have went to jail for that? Should Superman have been had any issues come back at him for all the fucking people that they killed people?
I love how he thinks he can read and listen to you at the same time. I absolutely love this. It's amazing. It's amazing.
We're talking about abandoned airport, and we're talking about Superman and Zod killing people.
Yeah. What do you mean, Superman and Zod? It was Zod killing people.
Superman was involved in that fight, bro.
Yeah, and he was trying to stop Zod.
Sure, absolutely.
So he did nothing wrong.
Stuff got broken, and stuff got broken because of it.
Right.
And stuff got broken because of it. But he was trying to stop Zod from doing something a lot worse than what Iron Man was trying to stop Captain America from doing.
Let me break down it again, okay? Because we're talking about this one. Now let's go back to the original Superman 2. When they were fighting and the people, what did Superman do in that situation? He did everything in his power to get Zod and the two others away from the people. He took them to the fucking Fortress of Solitude. In Man of Steel, there was none of that. He just fought them. People died. No consequences whatsoever. At least in fucking Civil War, they were in an abandoned airport.
And you know what, Enzo? Even though I believe that Superman in the end was trying to save the world, so there's a mitigating circumstances, I still think it was unheroic. I don't like when he took him out into space, smashed him against the satellite, and then actually he flew him back into the city. I thought that was fucking stupid. So I am completely consistent in my criticisms of these things.
But you still love that movie.
You ignore it in those movies that you like, and you hyper-focus on it in these movies that you don't like.
And so when did I like Man of Steel? Who told you that?
You didn't like Man of Steel?
No.
Okay. Okay, if you don't like Man of
Yes, you
Steel,
did.
that's fine.
Yes, you did.
No,
I
I
think
Yes,
you
you
don't.
did.
did.
Don't
You
look
I
me
think
up
love
you
now.
Zack
did.
I do
Snyder
not like
building up
Man of
the
Steel.
world.
I
The
think you
I
only
did.
like
problem
I
you
like
and
Zack
you and you
Snyder's
liked
Justice League, and I
even
like
liked that.
BVS.
And you even liked that Superman killed Zod at the end.
No, I don't. I absolutely hate that. I can't
Oh,
stand
good.
it.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, well, you ask a question. I don't even like Wonder Woman killing like Ares necessarily at the end.
But
Well,
you
that's
know the
stupid
movie,
because
though,
Wonder
right?
Woman's a warrior.
I like my
So,
aspirational
so you
heroes
didn't
like
like her
doing.
killing Ares. What did you think about her killing Steppenwolf?
I thought that was unnecessary. I thought they should have punched him into the boom tube and then let Darkseid kill him.
Why?
Darkseid
What do
should
you
have
mean
eradicated him with.
unnecessary? What? What
Well,
is
it was
what is
unnecessary.
unnecessary? How do you?
He was defeated. They could have just thrown him back into his world and just left it
I,
at that.
I am
And
sorry, but cutting off his head was fire to me. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm so
well,
sick
it's
and
more
tired.
morally acceptable than what they were doing in that airport, if that's what you mean. Her
Why?
cutting off his head is more moral, and her killing Ares is more morally acceptable because what are they trying to do? I mean, Ares is trying to
They were
continue
trying
one of
to
the
stop.
worst
They were
global
trying.
conflicts ever, and he's trying to prevent it from ending. And then, what was it? Steppenwolf is literally trying to take over the world, like
Yes,
enslave people with the anti-life equation. So
Enslaved
clearly,
people that you didn't see in the movie at all. Enslaved people that had played no
doesn't matter.
role in the movie.
Doesn't matter. It's
Right.
still
Yeah, yeah.
morally
Because
more.
theoretically, right, you have to make it up in your mind the actual stakes in the movie. You have to just
No, I
accept what they
don't.
tell you and then make up the stakes in your mind because they don't actually present them to you in the film,
They do
which is
present
something
them
that
to
they
you.
do in Civil War. The idea that the Avengers would then become a tool of some government is so abhorrent to Steve Rogers that he will fight his friends to prevent it from happening.
I
Steven
didn't say it's a bad
Rogers,
movie, did
your
I?
moral Superman inside. Here we go. Goalpost sliding around the goal. Goalpost just sliding all over the place.
I didn't say it was a
Sliding
bad
up and
movie.
down the court. This is
You haven't let me say
amazing.
the things I like about it.
This
There's
is
things I dislike about it, and
amazing.
there's things I like about it. Go on.
Take Infinity War away from being next to Captain Marvel right now.
What is with you and this Infinity War thing? It's definitely not going to happen. So Civil War, I think, is still good because it focuses on the best characters, Iron Man and Captain America, and their conflict. And because they're interesting, I like the movie in general, but I think some of the morality, again, is very shady. And to be honest, I think Iron Man should be in jail after Age of Ultron. Like, that's just
That's
the way I
fine,
see
but
it.
that doesn't make
That's
the
not
movie
Robert
bad,
Downey
and that doesn't
Jr.'s
make the
fault,
movie
and
nihilistic.
it's not his performance. Well, that's the way I feel about it. I mean, yeah, I think it does make it nihilistic, but I like it's not too
It doesn't.
jokey,
You can't think that. You don't know what
not too
nihilism is if you
jokey,
think that.
and I like the final battle between Iron Man and Steve Trevor, which actually does have some stakes to it,
Steve Rogers and Bucky also.
and Bucky, which does have
And
stakes
Iron
to it.
Man
I'm the
shows you
right
there
person.
that his nihilistic perspective has been shifting because if he was nihilist, Bucky would be dead. There's no way in hell.
He was trying to kill Bucky. What are you talking
He wasn't
about?
trying hard enough. He wasn't trying hard enough.
Captain America stopped him.
He wanted to protect his friend Steve so badly that it prevented him from killing his enemy Bucky.
And he was,
you understand?
He was beating the shit out of Steve. What you're talking about? He was beating the hell out of Steve.
Do you know what Iron Man is capable of? So you don't know what a unibeam is then, right? Do you know what a unibeam is?
No, what's a unibeam?
One unibeam from his chest. That whole fight is finished. Just one unibeam, and that fight is finished. And we got a glimpse of it when Bucky tried to rip the arc out of his chest. Right? He's boom. Mm-hmm. Oh, that arm is gone now. One of those in the beginning of the fight. There's no more fight. That's it. Right? But he didn't want to do that because he didn't want to risk hurting Steve, his friend. Right? Which shows that Tony is growing from his nihilistic outlook. That I agree he does have. That does not, him being nihilist does not make every other movie then. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? All right, I'm good.
I am listening to what you're saying.
I appreciate you letting me on the show. I'm gonna holler at you next time.
It's been a pleasure. I'm listening to what you're saying.
I'm not leaving because you're not listening. I'm not leaving because you're not listening.
You were talking about the Unibeam and how it would kill, ultimately kill Captain America if he wanted him to. If he wanted to, I listened to everything you were saying. Anyway,
I might not have said it right. Maybe that was my fault. Maybe you didn't understand what I was saying because I didn't say it right, or because you were too busy thinking about where to put WandaVision. I don't know. I mean, it could be any of those things. It could be any of those two. Probably you fucking up and not listening, but it could be any of those things. Anyway, I'm getting out of here because I don't want to do this anymore.
Dude,
I appreciate you, fam, and I look forward to the next time. Anzo,
it's been nice.
Yeah,
it's been nice.
Peace out, brother.
It's been funny. Peace. Anyway, I'm gonna finish off my list finally. Yes, I was listening to him, by the way. I don't know why he thinks I'm not listening to him. I was gonna talk about WandaVision. WandaVision for me is, I don't know. Where do you put WandaVision?
Well, definitely. You see, you put it in overrated MCU trash.
It's definitely not as good as Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
But Falcon and the Winter Soldier should not be on the same level as Captain Marvel anyways. Captain Marvel should be everything I hate about this world. That's where Captain Marvel should be.
I don't know why, though. What specifically for you is so terrible about Captain Marvel?
The story was fucking trash. The villains was fucking...
It's the same story as all the other MCU movies.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Her origin story was kind of weak. Yeah, I know it's a disgusting tier system. I agree with you 100%. It's absolutely horrible. What they did with fucking the eye with Samuel Jackson, I hate that shit. You know what I mean? With the fact that it's because of her why they have the name for the Avengers. It just, Captain Marvel was a piece of doo-doo. I watch it once and I'll never watch it again.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it again, but to be honest, I'm not going to watch any of these other ones again either. So,
but you have it fucking on the same level as Infinity War and Endgame. I'm sorry.
But I'm not going to watch them again. I've not been able to get through Avengers Endgame, even though I tried again just to see. Maybe I'm being too hard on it. It literally is impossible for me to get through.
How?
I just don't like it. I really think it's overrated to be on.
So you
on the scale of imagination. If anything, I just watched the final from when Captain America and Thor and Iron Man go and confront.
But you don't like the scene with fucking Iron Man and Captain America where he's like, we were supposed to do this together and we lost. You didn't like that scene. You didn't like the scene that he had.
That's the only scene. Yeah, you're right.
You didn't like the scene that he had with Gamora at the beginning where they're in the ship and they're fucking playing the little football thing with your with the
waste of my time. Complete waste of my time. Uninteresting. I was bored. I was literally bored, and I like maybe the Steve Rogers scene where he's maybe talking to the gay guy, and then it got. I like maybe a bit of what Black Widow was doing.
So you were bored with the connection of Tony Stark's having with Gamora. You were bored with not Gamora with shit. What's her name? Oh my god.
Look, as soon as Paul Rudd leaves that machine, I'm pretty much bored with the rest of the movie until they face Thanos.
Okay, I can understand that, the middle of the movie, but there's the beginning of the movie and then there's the end of the movie. Yes, that beginning, the middle part of the movie, even for me, is hard to watch again because I can't do it. Right. But at the end of the day, right,
that beginning with the family disappearing as well. Oh my god, I felt like vomiting. It's so.
Why? To find out what happened to Hawkman's family and explaining why he is the person he is in Endgame.
Hawkman or whatever. You don't even know his name. Is it Hawkman? Isn't it Hawkeye?
I mean Hawkeye, my bad.
Exactly. You don't even know his freaking name.
Oh, I know his fucking name. I know his name. But the point is, the reason why they show that is so that you can see why he's the character he is in the middle of the movie. That's why they did that. That scene was beautiful.
Nah, man. I didn't like his daughter either. She looked weird.
Oh, because she looks weird.
She just looked weird, and it didn't look like they were daughter and it just I didn't feel any connection between them. It's so fake. What were they talking about again? It was like hot dogs and mustard and some bullshit. I was just like, what is going on? Why am I watching this?
You do know, right, that when you do movies and like other than like maybe Will Smith, most of the time when you have a parent and you have a kid, they are not in the same family, so they will not look the same. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, but maybe they should have picked better. I don't know. It should just
oh my god,
it looked too much like here's the daughter that we should feel for. She even had the braces, like it's so manipulative. I could see exactly what they were doing. Like, oh, the sweet relationship, and he's teaching her the arrows, and it's like, come on, man. Really? And it had to be the daughter he was teaching like the bow and arrow stuff to as well, right? Like it had to be. Not that I think that's bad. I think that's great. Like a dad and daughter sharing that. But you just know that was manipulative. It was the daughter. They picked that specifically. Like, oh, how sweet that he teaches his daughter to do the bow and arrow. Like, what great guy.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a female Hawkeye, right? So
I don't care about the comics, bro.
But that's where they get their inspiration from.
Bro, I don't like. I all I want is if you're gonna do a beginning scene with his family, like have the daughter and him like doing something in the woods, like they're doing
playing with dolls. That would be better for you if him and the daughter.
No, I said doing something in the woods, like they're chasing. I don't know, like he's got like a little assault. What do they call those things in the woods where you have like a little games kind of thing where he set up something where she has to hit like a certain amount of things in like a minute or something exciting, something thrilling. Don't try and manipulate me with this, underutilized, underdeveloped. How to use a bow. No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like just get straight in there, like have her like hunt, like as I said, doing a games course or something, like where she's flipping around doing somersaults, something entertaining.
That was entertaining, bro. The fact that he was teaching his daughter.
She didn't like mustard. Like I really need.
He was teaching his daughter how to use a bow and arrow, bro. Yeah, that showed the connection that he had with his daughter. Because she was interested in the stuff that he was doing. Like, come on, bro. Really? Nitpicking. That's exactly what nitpicking.
I'm just saying.
That's exactly nitpicking.
It either can entertain me or not. It wasn't an entertaining scene. That's it. I don't care if Hawkeye's daughter likes mustard or ketchup or whatever the fuck they were eating. I don't need to see some attempt at a wholesome family and the tragedy of him losing his. Come on, man, get out of here, man. I don't give a shit.
But that's what it was about. Don't care. They're showing the fact that
if you wanted me to care about his family disappearing, then put his family in more of the movie and make me care about them.
It's not about caring about. It's not about caring about his family disappearing. It's about caring about how he feels about his family disappearing. It's to show his connection that he has with his family and why them disappearing is what was able to drive him to do what he was doing.
All right, tell me this. Why did Jeremy Renner, who's also highly overrated, why did he have a GQ haircut? After his like some hair, let me find a picture of Jeremy Renner. Like, he had the most GQ fucking haircut. Like, he must have gone to a stylist to do his hair. There's no friend of yours or like what. He went to a stylist to do his hair when he was like with the haircut that he had when he'd become what's his form, Ronan or whatever. That's a haircut you have to get by a hairstylist. He had that after he's like gone on the lamb and like is basically off the grid or whatever doesn't care about anything. He should be bearded and like not give a shit about himself, I would believe that this man is somebody who's lost his family and doesn't care about himself anymore.
You do know
I used
to have a friend who was a barber, and I literally watched him cut his hair and put a fucking hairstyle, like a design in the back of his head by himself. I literally seen him do that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's possible.
So Hawkeye's a barber. Is that what the new thing that we've learned about him?
You're making it seem like first off, you're talking about something that's very fucking irrelevant to the goddamn movie.
It's not
You're
irrelevant.
Yes, it is. You're talking about a fucking haircut.
This is why you don't understand how character and like being believable in the moment, what it actually means. Any actor worth their salt would have known, hey, I can't have this kind of GQ vanilla ice fucking haircut, right?
Why?
When I've just lost all my family, because I wouldn't give a shit about that stuff. If you just lost your whole family like that, they just disappeared. Every single person, your daughter, the one you love so much.
After he lost his family, nerd man.
Oh, okay. So that's okay then.
Right. It's not that it's okay, but it was 5 years after. Who's to say the man didn't want to get a fucking haircut?
Find me another movie where somebody's lost his like even I swear to God, even Arnold Schwarzenegger takes the shit more seriously. That movie, I think it's called what's it called? Something about where he fights the devil or something, and the devil is like going to give him back his daughter if he gives him his soul or something like that. Mm-hmm. There's a movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger does that. Yes, look at Arnold Schwarzenegger when you meet him in the beginning. This is a man who doesn't give a fuck about his looks, man. His beard is like 3-day unshaven, like haircut all messed up. This is a man who's like you believe just from his physical presence that he doesn't. That's Arnold Schwarzenegger. This isn't even like a great thespian, let alone like somebody who's like a bigger actor.
Nerdman, like you do realize everybody is different, right? And everybody fucking handles things different ways, right? Yeah, end of days. That's it. You do realize people are different, right? And everybody handles pain and stuff like that in different ways. You do realize that, right? So you're comparing what Arnold Schwarzenegger, the way he handled it, compared to the way Clint handled it. Come on, bro. It's different.
I don't even. What language are we speaking here? We're talking
me
about
and you are not gonna.
Look, if you don't, fine. He handles it different, but I just care less about him. Then that's as a character. Because he handles pain or trauma differently, it means I just don't care about him as much.
Then say you don't care about it, but to sit there complain about the man having a fucking GQ haircut, like
I'm giving you,
but that's ridiculous. Yeah. You sit there and you're sitting there watching the movie, right? You're watching Endgame, and you're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute. Why the fuck does Clint have a GQ haircut? That doesn't make sense to me. What did he do? Go to a barbershop? Like, that's what you're talking about in a fucking movie, bro. Like, really?
Yeah, it's not just all pow. Yeah, like, look at the toy figures, like, fighting each other. Yeah, I care about the actual characters. I care about their presentation to me. And it allows me to emotionally invest in them. And I don't care about some, like, that girl, I swear to God, that fucking daughter, right? She is like, the casting couch, like daughter number 5, really? Like the one that you get. We want one of those daughters that everyone can go. She can't be too pretty, like let's make her normal, like almost tomboyish kind of like daughter, like that she's a daddy's girl, so that we can really feel that he's lost it, like his daughter. It was bullshit, man. Like she's exactly what I'm talking about there. She is like the stereotypical daughter in those movies. That is true.
God. So what, they made him have a normal kid. Wow, that's stereotypical. Okay. No problem.
It was the director's daughter, really. Is that true?
Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe.
I didn't know that.
I know Ashley knows her shit, so I won't doubt that.
Okay, that's probably true then. But anyway, She was a sweet looking kid, but like she just annoyed. She just looked too. She reminded me of the kids from the new Lois and Superman fucking movie. They just look too squeaky clean or something. I don't believe them as like proper teenagers, man. Like I'm used to teaching teenagers. They ain't like that, man. Anyway,
she was in 10 minutes of the fucking movie, bro. Not even.
Mate, I don't care, man. Like she was, dude, she was awful. I was glad when she got like when she disappeared. Like all of them,
Oh,
didn't give a shit. All right. So WandaVision, I think you're right about WandaVision. It's like it's not as good as Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So I like the first couple of episodes though.
It's better than Captain Marvel.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It isn't because Captain Marvel is shorter.
Captain Marvel's a movie and it's a TV
Captain
series.
Marvel's shorter. That's another thing that I didn't mention. That's a very good reason. Captain Marvel is both shorter in length than Avengers Endgame and Avengers Infinity War, which makes it like better.
Better because it's shorter?
Yeah, because I have to sit through less of what I don't like. So that's another good reason.
Oh my God, you're
That's
killing
definitely
me.
a great reason. I didn't even think of that.
Facts, Pickle. 100%. Oh my God, I don't know where this guy is getting his shit from. Oh, well, it's shorter, so yeah, that makes it better.
What do you mean? Did it not have food on it? I don't. You're going on like these are nitpicks. These are not nitpicks. These are important.
Yes, it is.
For you to invest in a character. That's why I was invested in Arnold Schwarzenegger in what's it called? End of Days. He immediately got me invested because I was like, oh, this guy, and then you find out what happened to his daughter, and you see like why he's so, like, you know, he's just got this hatred like for himself. He's or how would you put it, like self-destructive in so many ways, and you could see why it is because he just doesn't care about himself because of what's happened to him and his family. And then you feel that relationship as well that he has with the surrogate daughter that he develops, who, you know, the devil is trying to, you know, get to give birth to the Antichrist or whatever. It's a ridiculous story, but it has real human things at the center of it that I can associate with a lot more.
I have to say this: the next time, right, I get the invitation to come on one of these streams, I got to make sure that I am extremely fucking high before I come on to Nerdman stream again, because I am not high enough for this shit he's talking about right now. I really am not high enough for it. Oh my God.
All right, last two.
You can't feel some of these characters is ridiculous.
Last two. All right, we've got Spider-Man. I'm going to go Spider-Man Homecoming first. So Spider-Man Homecoming is better than Avengers, Infinity War, Endgame, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Hulk, Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I think it lands right about there. And that's because of Michael Keaton being in it, because Batman's in it, and he's good. And the third act is good. The rest, everything between him and the teenagers is not good. Basically, he has no chemistry with his love interest in the movie as well. None, zero. Luckily, he has a little bit of chemistry with Zendaya.
I have no comment. Okay, I have no comment.
No, it's fine. I don't like. I'm just saying. Like, where would you rank Spider-Man Far Away From or Homecoming?
Anytime you ask me where my ranking is going to be, I will always start off by saying better than Captain Marvel. So you did that correct. You still have Captain Marvel in the wrong spot, but to put it above Infinity War and Endgame is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, it's the third act is really good. I like that bit with the Spider-Man trying to lift up the rubble, and I like the bit with when Michael Keaton's in the cab with him. I find that probably more entertaining than most of the stuff in Avengers Infinity War. Most of it. I do like the thing about the thing that if I could put Thanos, just the Thanos movie in Infinity War and Endgame, if I could put that higher, I would put it in this level, the Shazam, Wonder Woman. But it's unfortunately it's not just about Thanos, it's about all the rest of them, and they're not good.
First off, and the way you have these fucking movies, these categories written out, like it's ridiculous, because every one of those movies is better than Wonder Woman. In that list, in that level tier there you have, they're all better than Wonder Woman. I like Wonder Woman a lot, but they're better than Wonder Woman, bro. I am so sorry about that. Yes, they are. Iron Man, Civil War.
Black Panther definitely isn't, and Captain America, the first Avenger, is not.
I'll give you Captain America because I wasn't a big fan of the first one, but Black Panther, Civil War, Iron Man, absolutely, 100%. And Shazam, they are better than Shazam.
That movie made me, it got me teary-eyed, and I actually felt like Wonder Woman. I was like, go Wonder Woman. I thought like I was rooting for her much more than anything. I was more engaged in Wonder Woman than any of the big spectacle, fun. What do you call it? These funfair rides or whatever, roller coaster action stuff that was going on. Yeah, sure. If you want to see bash bash pow pow, Spider-Man fights Ant-Man, and get your toy together and
point to all of these movies, bro. All you sit there and you watch fucking Marvel movies and you're like, oh yeah, man, pure action and blah 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 and all this stuff. You act like there's no substance to these movies.
There isn't. There's literally Black Panther is the only one with any substance to it. Literally, none of the rest of them have anything to learn. You can watch them once, disposable entertainment. There's nothing to get from it.
Wow. So Tony Stark's learning about,
even the ones I like.
Him being an arms dealer and realizing the damage that his arms are doing and the stuff that he's doing, and then he changes that way and doesn't want to sell arms anymore. There's no substance in that, right?
No. No, not really.
All right, everybody. Good night. Nerdman is fucking high on crack. I think he smoked way too much this morning.
Anyway, here's my last one, and then we'll call it a day. I've enjoyed this actually. This has been very it's been very cathartic doing this. So. Spider-Man Far From Home. Jake Gyllenhaal is amazing in it, but everything to do with Spider-Man, it makes me hate him more as a character. His decision to give that thing, the glasses, to Mysterio after one day is beyond idiotic. Why didn't he give it to, I don't know, Sam Jackson, since he's known him longer?
Did he really know Sam Jackson longer?
Yeah.
He did? How much interaction has he actually had with Sam Jackson?
He knows that they interact quite a lot with the Avengers, so he knows that he's more trustworthy than some guy he just met yesterday.
But the interaction.
Why didn't he give it to I don't know, any other suit? He could have called anybody else in the Avengers.
Because he was looking for a father figure type of thing, and when he met him, this guy was saying, what interaction has he had with Doctor Strange?
He spent the whole time in Infinity War with Doctor Strange. Like he spent the whole time fighting Thanos with Doctor Strange.
Okay, he fought with T'Challa. He fought with Captain Marvel. He fought with all these people. It does not mean that he has a personal relationship with them. But if
he had a personal relationship with Doctor Strange, why didn't he?
No,
he didn't think. Let me seek out. What about his Aunt May? Why not? Like Aunt May, I've got this. She knows he's Spider-Man now. Aunt May, this guy gave me this thing. I'm a teenager. I don't really know what to do with it. That's not his family enough.
Aunt
Like
May
that,
was not around. He was on vacation, right?
So
And he was trying to be a teenager. He was trying to
all
be
right.
a boy, right? And now he's fighting these elementals or whatever those villains were, and then he's meeting fucking Mysterio saying all the right things to him. You got to be a kid. You got to do this. You got to do that.
And
And
why
it
did
gave
Iron
him
Man give him these
flashbacks.
glasses?
What?
Why did Iron Man? Didn't Iron Man like predict maybe that he's a little bit too young? He just wants to be a teenager. Look at him; he's more interested in girls.
Iron Man.
Why would Iron Man entrust? Because he's a nihilist. Because he has no moral principles.
Because he was his protege.
But anyway,
that's why.
Oh, because he's his protege. So he gives one of the most dangerous weapons in the world to some little kid.
He trusts
then
him.
Subsequently gives it, like a day later after meeting someone after a day to this guy before he figures out anything that's happening in the movie or where these monsters are coming from. This guy just tells him he comes from a multiverse or whatever, and he just believes that.
Boy, he's not a grown ass man like me and you that, sometimes they do irrational shit. And that's what he did. He did something irrational.
Dude, I'm the king of doing irrational stuff when I was a kid. And I know for a fact I wouldn't have done that.
But as you!
No, not as me, as that young kid.
No, but that's you. You wouldn't.
I don't know any of my teenage friends that are like really, really smart that would have done that. Like he's supposed to be a genius.
Have any of them ever been in a situation where they got fucking something that could fucking like basically control the world or help the world? Have they ever got anything like that? You don't know how people are going to react until they're actually in the situation.
I don't think they'll give it to somebody they know after one day.
That's what the key word was that is think.
Was he 17, 18?
The key word you said was think. You don't think.
How old was he? 17?
I'm not sure how old he was in that movie.
He's 17 now, right? He's definitely, because you should know from when you have your prom and everything like that. When's that?
It depends. Different age for different folks, but maybe like 16, 17 is possible.
Right. Okay. So he's 16, 17 years old, right?
Let's say, yeah.
He's got his Aunt May. You don't think his Aunt May, closest person in the world to him, he doesn't phone him? He doesn't ask Happy, maybe? Like, why not ask Happy, first of all? Like, hey, Happy, man. Like, I've got these glasses.
You've seen the movie, right? It was a spur of the moment thing. It's not like he was thinking, oh, I can't keep these glasses. I got to give them away. No, he's talking to the dude in the bar, and the dude was like, yo, this is that. And then he's like, you know what? And it just clicked to him. Maybe you would be better to have these glasses than me. That's what happened. It was like
you're making me hate this movie more. You know that? Like, that's what you're doing. You're making
Hey, man, if you hate good movies, that's not my fault.
It's the excuses that you guys come up with. You know damn well that it's stupid and it makes the Spider-Man look like a fool. And this whole franchise has made Spider-Man look ineffective and like a fool. Like he doesn't. Spider-Man was still making bad decisions in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. He was still making bad decisions in The Amazing Spider-Man. But he did realistic bad decisions that you could understand on a human level. Like, oh, his dad says, the dad of his girlfriend says in Amazing Spider-Man, I don't want you dating my daughter anymore because it's dangerous. And for a while, he actually lives by it, and he secludes himself from her. But in the end, because he loves her so much, he can't stay away from her. That's understandable. Giving an atom bomb to somebody you only met yesterday just because you're 16 years old is fucking dumb. If I had a fucking machine gun, right, and I met somebody for a day and I was like a teenager, I am not going to give the person I met it to for the day. I'll give it to, I don't know, the cops, or I'd give it to somebody, that you could trust is not going to like harm people with it. You can't just give it to somebody you've known for a fucking day.
When you are a 16-year-old kid and you're doing things like fighting superheroes and stuff like that, then you meet someone who's doing the same thing, who says all the right things, you're going to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe this guy is better for the situation than I am. right? You got to understand something there, man. He's 16, 17 years old. He's not thinking rationally. And sometimes that's what kids do. And Ashley said this stream is making you look like a fool, and she's absolutely 100% correct. Because you know, if she was here, she would be wrecking you right now, bro. All right, here, there we go. Tell him, Pickle.
Okay, bad decisions like reviving Superman, then letting him fly away with Lois without knowing if he was good or not. He could have destroyed the world for all Batman knew, but he had faith. Okay. He couldn't do anything about that. Like, what would he have done, like, to stop Superman from flying off with Lois? There's nothing he could have done.
I'm sure Batman still has kryptonite.
Yeah, but, like, come on, man. He couldn't do anything about it.
Shoot him with a kryptonite bullet.
Plus, he clearly saw that he changed his attitude or whatever as soon as he saw Lois. But yeah, you know, for instance, maybe that is not that clever, I guess, but it's still more. I don't know. Given the context of the film, it makes more sense.
I notice when you say you don't know, it's because you have really nothing more to say on the matter. And right now your brain is turning to say something. You're thinking, like, what can I say on this to make my point correct? But you have nothing. I know, never mind. It's all good.
Anyway, look, Spider-Man Far From Home, I don't know where to put this. It's hard for me because I do like Jake Gyllenhaal in it. And I like that one scene where Spider-Man's like going through his illusions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's better than Galaxies 2. It might just be like right behind, I guess. There's bits in it that are okay.
I'm personally wasn't a big fan of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, but I mean, there's some scenes in the Spider-Man. I guess I could put it above Guardians of the Galaxy 2, but because your list is so fucking fucked up, it's like hard to get a real good evaluation over.
I think my list is pretty much everyone's list except they just put the movies higher.
No, your list is trash.
Then the only ones that are like really controversial are Avengers: Infinity War and Endgame. Apart from that, if you take Avengers: Infinity War and Endgame out of my list, where have I made some controversial point?
Do I still?
I just like them less than other people. People would just put Ant-Man in mediocre. I just put it in stuff I hate. I really don't like it. Oh, maybe Thor Ragnarok is the only other one that people seem to like really a lot that I've got.
Listen,
this is most people's order.
My Marvel list is Infinity War, Avengers, Civil War, Winter Soldier, Black Panther, Iron Man, Endgame, Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, Guardians of the Galaxy should be a little bit higher, but Doctor Strange, Ant-Man, Thor: The Dark World, The Hulk, Captain Marvel, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Age of Ultron, Spider-Man. Yeah, I have it saved. I have it saved because I did this list in 2019.
All right, so just tell me your top five. Just tell me your top five.
Top five, Infinity War.
I can't remember everything in order if you tell me.
Top five is Infinity War, Avengers, Civil War, Winter Soldier, and Black Panther. Those are my top five.
So look, you've basically got 4 out of my top 6 are in yours. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, but you're going. I'm not going about the rest of your list because you have fucking Infinity Wars in the same level as fucking Captain America, Captain Marvel.
Yeah, but that's just those are the only ones because I genuinely think that the flaws in the movie people should call them out. People should call out the flaws in those movies. They're really, really flawed. Like in terms of the plot holes, everything in them, they're really, really flawed. So the worst parts of those movies, as I said, nothing is more obnoxious to me in Captain Marvel than the treatment of Hulk in Avengers: Infinity War and Endgame. Nothing.
Okay, yes. I can give you the Hulk stuff because I'm a Hulk fan and I don't like the way they do Hulk in that. But again, at the same time, all they did was just make sure that Hulk didn't come out. And I understand why they did it as well, right? Because Hulk is supposed to be this powerful being. If Hulk comes out, he's wrecking everybody. That's the way it's supposed to be. If Hulk comes out, he's wrecking everybody. So they can't just bring Hulk out because Hulk would have beat fucking all three of those guys that were there.
That's their problem. They can't just take a character and what he's supposed to do and just like do something when you know Hulk has to come out if Banner's in danger. Otherwise, you're saying Banner could have died. Like Banner, if he had shot himself in the face, he would have died.
Well, you see, the thing about
That's
this situation, Nerd Man, is that Hulk never really got into, or Banner never got into a really situation to where he was going to die. So we don't know that. Hulk just didn't come out. Maybe if Banner was in a situation where one of those things grabbed him, was choking him, or tried to kill him, then we would have got Hulk. But it was never in a situation
he was damn
where
near
Hulk,
in a situation where he was very lucky to survive
close to the end,
Hulk
but
was
he
just
had the
being
Hulk
like,
Buster.
nah.
Close to the end, but he had the Hulkbuster suit on. So
yeah, well, the Hulkbuster suit. How cool would it have been if the Hulk had busted out of the Hulkbuster suit? Like he had just got big and smashed out of the Hulkbuster suit and just taken on like a few guys at the end. It was trash, bro. Nothing was more offensive to me than that. And then the Thor fat thing, no joke, was as offensive to me in Captain Marvel. I'm sorry. There's just things that are so much worse in those movies that I just can't get over.
See, I only seen Captain Marvel once, so I can't really go down there and break it down to you. But I can guarantee you there was some shit in that movie that was absolute trash. I guarantee you.
Yeah, 100%. I've only seen it once as well. I mean, it's not a movie that you want to see more than once. None of those ones on that level are. So
what are you talking about? I got Endgame on right now. Your bullshit talk made me go put on fucking Endgame, bro. What are you talking about?
Dark Knight, way better. That's all I have to say.
Hell to the no. Hell to the no.
Anyway, man, like, thank you. I want to thank you for joining me, man. Like, it's been fun. Your reactions were worth everything to me.
You make me come on, bro. You make me come on. I was like, nah, I don't really have much to say about Donner. And then I go and watch your stream and I hear all this bullshit you're talking. And I'm like, okay, now I got to go pop on there because Nerdman is out of fucking control.
Well, at least everyone can see now. Look, this is my point of view on the MCU. I hope it gets better from now on. And I think honestly that it will. I understand why it is the way it was, that it appealed to masses of people, certain things that I just don't like, but in the end of the day, I think they're moving past that, and I think phase 4, I'm much more excited for it than I have been for the last 2 phases and what I've got there. So maybe really? One day I'll be.
What excites you in phase 4? Let me hear this one. What excites you about phase 4?
No, I like the fact Tobey Maguire and what's his name? Andrew Garfield are coming back. That's
okay. Good. So you got one movie. What else?
That's the multiverse, and then I like the look of the Eternals. I thought the Eternals looked fun. It was intriguing seeing how these gods are going to start civilizations and stuff like that. So I was curious about that.
I don't know nothing about the Eternals, but I am sorry, but that trailer looked absolute fucking garbage.
Okay, well, I liked. I also like Jupiter's Legacy a lot, so other people don't seem to like that, and it's fine not to like the same things, you know. Black Widow. I'm looking forward to Black Widow because I liked her at the end of Endgame. What else am I looking forward to?
I would hope so.
What else am I looking forward to? That might be it, but...
Shang-Chi?
Oh, Shang-Chi. I like the look of that. It looks like an Asian Black Panther, so... I like Black Panther, so...
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Should be good. So there's stuff
I wouldn't say
I'm more
I wouldn't
excited
say
about
it's
than
more
that.
excited, but I will say the lineup so far is all right. I want to see more stuff about the Eternals, but I mean, when they
I want
announced,
them to reboot. Go on. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, like after Phase One, when they announced all the movies that were coming out and what we were getting, I don't know how you could have been, you could be more excited about the announcement now than you did about that. I don't understand, but hey, that's you.
You mean from phase one? Did you
Yeah,
say
like
from phase one?
from Phase One to Phase Two, when they
I
started
don't
to
care. I
announce
don't
all the
give a
movies.
shit about like the Iron Man until I saw the movie. No one
No, I
cared
know,
about
I
Iron
know,
Man.
I know,
Or
but what I'm saying is,
Captain
like,
America was the only one I was interested in seeing because of Red
yes,
Skull.
no, what I'm saying is we got Phase One, and then we got the announcement for all the movies that were coming out for Phase Two, Phase Three, and so on, right? So I'm saying I don't know how you could be more excited about the movies that were announced now than the movies that were announced at that time.
At that time, I don't know what was announced. Like after Avengers Age of Ultron, I just really that put me off the MCU, like almost like Avengers Age
Right,
of
but
Ultron was
after
really.
after Phase One, right? Then we got announcements for Age of Ultron. We got announcements for Black Panthers. We got announcements for Guardians of the Galaxy.
I
We got
wasn't
announcements.
interested in Black Panther at all. I mean, but
What?
if they had said Blade, maybe I don't know.
So when they announced Black Panther, you weren't excited.
If Black Panther was being
That's
made
not the
by
question I
something
asked.
outside of MCU, I would
That's
have
not
been
the question I
excited because
asked.
they would have actually really adapted Black Panther. But I didn't see how the MCU was going to address a lot of the issues that come up in the Black Panther comic.
So just the
Actually,
fact,
but
just the
actually they did. So I was pleasantly surprised.
so just the fact that they said, "Hey, guess what, guys? We're getting a Black Panther movie." That didn't fucking have you saying, "Oh shit, we're getting Black Panther."
No, because it's the MCU. I didn't think it's like the X-Men. I'm not expecting them to do a good job with the X-Men because
All right,
the
you gotta be
themes.
kidding me.
No, because the themes of the X-Men are stuff that the MCU doesn't really do a good job of tackling big themes. Like the themes of Black Panther are, if you read one of the comics or even watch like some of the animated little shorts that had Stan Lee in them, they were really good. And I just was like, there's no way the MCU's touching any of that. And actually, I was pleasantly surprised. They didn't do a great job at discussing some of those issues, but at least they discussed them a little bit in the movie, and the movie therefore had a little bit more substance to it. But no, I like the X-Men when you've got like the big themes. The Fox didn't do a great job of it either, but like when you've got like characters that lend themselves more to a darker interpretation, I'm not sure
Wait,
that
wait.
the MCU is the right place to be doing those films.
Rogue Comics said you already said Black Panther was gonna be trash. Did Black Widow was gonna be trash? Did you? Did you say Black Widow was
No,
gonna be trash?
no, I didn't.
Well, you said already
He
you
hears
knew.
he hears what he wants.
Okay,
I didn't say
okay,
that.
okay. I'm pretty sure if you did, it's on a stream somewhere. So I'm pretty sure we can find it, Nerd Man. If you said it, I'm sure we can find it. But Black Widow does not look like it's going to be trash. It looks like it's going to be good. I got my tickets Thursday night. I will be there in IMAX to watch it.
Yeah, honestly, I think Black Widow's apart from the reviews aren't like sparkling. I was definitely excited for it before the reviews came out. Like I thought, yeah, that's going to be really good because I like what they did with her at the end of in Endgame. She was one of the standouts for me in Endgame. Like I was
So
like,
the
oh, I like her as a character. She's a bit more real, a bit more. I don't know. There was a bit more substance to her in that one. You
oh
could see that, especially the acting. I think it was more the performance by what's her name? What's the actress's name?
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson. I think the performance by her, there was a real emotion there. And I thought, oh, okay, she's doing something more interesting than just being generic action babe with two silly little guns that she shoots usually like alien forces that Thor and it's really weird. It's one of the stupidest things I've in Avengers.
I cannot stand you, nerd man. I really cannot stand you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Rogue said he wasn't talking about you, so at least you get off the hook with that one.
After I heard Scarlett Johansson isn't the protagonist in her own movie, I lost hope. You need a donation link, bro. Oh right, yeah, okay. I haven't even mentioned this donation thing. I'll figure it out. And what's this? What does this say? I won't say it will be trash, but much like I knew he's gonna say some shit now. Much like Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's been delayed so many times, and the excitement has died down for me. So I'm not super excited to see it like I was a year and a half ago. Oh, I see what you're saying. But I don't think that makes a difference, whether you're excited about it or not. The fact is, if it's a good film, it's a good film, isn't it? I don't think there's any...
And for me, it's like to say, okay, yeah, Black Widow has been delayed so many times, but it was only delayed because of the pandemic. You know what I mean? Like Zack Snyder's Justice League basically had to go through reshoots, and sometimes when they delay these movies, they delay it to change things around. So for me, I know we're going to probably still get the Black Widow movie that was supposed to come out years ago, and I'm excited for it, and I will be there in IMAX watching it, and I'll be cheering it on because I think it's going to be fire.
But you've got to admit, it was a little stupid, like her with her little pew pew guns in Avengers. That was weird.
I'm not even going to
like, there's all these.
I'm not even going to bother.
No, it's the same with the bow and arrow thing. I mean, I'm just like, come on, guys. We've got serious people here. We've got Iron Man, Hulk, freaking Thor with his big hammer, lightning's coming out of, and then there's this woman who's just like, not even just this woman, but any character just go like right in the middle of it going pew pew. Like there's literally a shot where she does that, like pew pew, and I'm like, come on, guy, what's that gonna do against the aliens?
How do you know?
You know that's true.
How do you know they?
And then bow and arrows and shit.
Hey man, you watch the Transformer movies, and our bullets are able to kill Transformers. So how do you know they're not going to be able to penetrate the Zatari? Why
don't they just give her like high-tech weapons or some shit?
She did have high-tech weapons, bro.
No, but she just leave the guns out. Give her like laser guns.
How do you know? I don't know. Give her powers. Why do you know her bullets weren't high-tech? Because Black Widow
doesn't she have powers in the comics?
She's a spy. Not that I know of, but I could be wrong with that one. But not that I know.
I swear she's got powers in the comics.
But my point is, right? She's a spy. You understand? How do you know her bullets ain't high tech bullets? How do you know that?
Because they don't tell you that in the film.
So what?
So if they don't tell you it, it's not. That's not the case.
You have to be spoon fed. You have to.
You don't have to be spoon fed. They can visually show you. They can show you as she's grabbing her arsenal.
They have shown her using guns that didn't look like normal guns with blue lightings and shit.
She's Black Widow is like they disrespect. Like you're gonna have the main one female hero. Let her be powerful. Let her be able to like fight like the men can fight.
That's what Captain Marvel is for. And even with
years later,
even with no powers, she still held her fucking own, bro. She held her own.
Yeah, because Scarlett Johansson tried her best with the character. I'll give her that much. She
held her own in those movies, bro.
And Endgame, she was genuine. I like that.
And then Avengers, she held her own against T'Challa. She held her
own.
It
didn't seem realistic, though. I was just like, well, how is she doing all this?
It's a superhero fucking movie. You're talking about realistic shit in a superhero movie.
People are always talking about Sam and how it's unrealistic for him to do, like, even catch Captain America's shield or whatever. The stuff that Scarlett Johansson does as a human in those movies, I'm like, she's a meta-human. She's not a human, she's a mutant. She should. They should just eventually say she's part of the X-Men.
Can we stop ignoring the fact that you were talking
Domino
about
was better than her in Deadpool, by the way.
Can we stop ignoring the fact that you were actually literally sitting here talking about realistic shit in a superhero movie?
No, I don't. Look, if you say the character's human and you want to set human standards, so what human beings can do in this world,
it's a superhero movie, nerd man.
Look, I just don't think the woman should just be ultimately the weakest character on the team.
They're not.
I think she should be more useful.
She is.
But she's useful in an unrealistic way. She's useful in a way that just you're like, what's going on? What are those guns actually hurting the people? Why is she shooting at it? It's strange to me. I don't know. Like Captain America had something to do, even though he wasn't perhaps as effective as beating the Chitauri all the time. You knew that he was the leader. He was the one who was arranging everything, like, basically tactically for the team. So that made sense. He was also the moral guy at the center of it as well.
You need help, nerd man.
I don't need help. It's you MCU fans who need the help. That's it.
you need help, nerd man. Bro, comic is like just say yes and go about your day. So yeah, I agree with you. 100%.
Yeah, I know. We should leave this stream by now, but it has been really fun. I've loved all the comments. Thank you. Even the ones attacking my very personality and being and self-worth. I am fine with it. I am happy as a self-proclaimed DC apologist.
Yes.
And I will continue to be that way. And that's why you love me. Anyway.
Do you realize the theme that goes on these streams a lot of the time, nerd man? Like, do you realize the theme about you getting wrecked all the time?
I enjoy it though, so it doesn't matter.
I would hope so.
Maybe I'm a masochist. Okay, I'm seeing Black Widow in theater Friday. I'm looking forward to it, but at this point in time, you're gonna come on. Hey man, what's going on?
Nerd man, I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish.
What's up, Killmonger?
Marvel had one of the best cinematic universes of all time. That's really
well, there's only one, so it's
right.
Like,
DC doesn't have one. That's right.
Yeah, well, DC doesn't really have one. It's still picking up. We'll see how Flash goes, and
it's still picking up after
still
10
got
years.
Better movies though.
Years?
Yeah, but it's still got better movies. That Wonder Woman, that what was it? Joker. Much better.
Joker's not a DC.
Oscar movie.
Joker's not a DCEU movie.
Which other ones are better? Zack Snyder's Justice League. Very good. Better than what? All of your movies.
It's not better than all of them, bro. It's not better than all of them. No.
But I like how Nerdman doesn't crap on Black Widow or the Shang-Chi movies. Like, we still got to see these things before we can take a dump on them.
No, I wouldn't do that.
And he's more excited about these movies than he was about the announcements of Black Panther. Then he was announced. It makes no sense to me.
But let me ask you a question. What do you think they should do from now? Do you think they should just continue this? Like, do you think they should still be continuing the same storyline, i.e., like instead of rebooting it completely and casting a new Iron Man, casting a new Captain America?
We know that's
just
coming.
Continue the story.
At some point in time, the actors will be too old to reprise these roles, and that reboot, when that happens, wow, I can't wait for that. But I just think the continuity is the strength of the MCU. So for the next, let's say, 9-10 years, I can expect Brie Larson as Carol Danvers and Sam Wilson as Falcon and Tom Holland as Spider-Man.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Because I think they should reboot it. I think they should reboot it and prepare for an X-Men versus the Avengers.
But why? But they could do that without rebooting it.
Yeah.
Well, then they need to bring back Chris Evans, and because I don't want to see X-Men versus Avengers where it's Black Panther and Doctor Strange and I'm not. I want Hulk, Iron Man, Cap America, maybe Black Widow, depending on how a movie goes. Who else was there on the original Thor? I want those guys against the X-Men.
Yeah, Thor's not in question. Like if it were to happen now, Thor would be part of that.
Yeah, so but I don't want to see like all of the like. For me, everyone who's outside of the Avengers one is not for me an Avenger. I just I don't. There's too many of them now. I don't. It's too much.
They should be like the Justice League and never have the opportunity to expand.
Yeah,
that's
they should.
A smart way to do it.
No, I'm not saying. Look, you know those characters.
I'm just taking shots at DC the way you take shots at Marvel randomly.
Constantly.
You know those characters are weaker, bro. You know those characters are weaker.
Respectfully,
you know damn well you don't want to see a Doctor Strange over Iron Man.
I want to see Iron Man more than I want to see Doctor Strange. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. And you want to see Iron Man more than probably even.
Not more than Iron Man.
You might be biased towards Black Panther. I'm not sure, but I think if you were being,
I'll choose Black Panther over Iron Man. Yeah, I mean the circumstances are both for both movies are impossible, but yeah, I'd take a Black Panther over an Iron Man.
Yeah. So would I. And Captain America.
Black Panther probably over everything. Yeah.
Oh, really? He's that high up on. That's good. I like that. That's
so good. Would I. You know what I mean? I would take Black Panther over all of them too.
I'll take Killmonger over most of them, but not Black Panther.
Personally, I'm fine with them moving on. If they were to do an X-Men versus Avengers and they didn't have Tony Starks and they didn't have Captain America in there, I'd be fine with fucking Sam Wilson there as Captain America. I'd be fine with that. 100%.
I'm not a fan of the mantle passing stuff, so I never got behind Sam Wilson calling himself, I can't even say it, Uncle Sam. But with
oh shit, wow,
with Hawkeye, if Clint Barton maybe dies or actually really retires and gives it to Kate Bishop, that's one that I can accept. We'll see what they do with Yelena in the Black Widow film. I probably am not going to like it, but we'll see.
So why would you be able to accept that one and not the?
Because one isn't a superpower or anything special. It's just archery. You're good at aiming, and you call yourself Hawkeye. Here, you can be that person now. I'm too old to be running and risking my life here, and I can endanger the mission, but you have this skill that I have. You can be Hawkeye now.
Okay, and your problem with Sam is because he doesn't have superpowers?
Super soldier serum. He's got his identity as Falcon, which it feels like he's losing, and to treat the Captain America name, I said it, to treat that like a promotion is to devalue what Falcon is. In my opinion, the way to increase Sam Wilson's stock is to make Falcon more better, not to make him Captain America like all.
I don't. Yeah, you're right about that. Because I think it will always be Steve Rogers who we'll see as Captain America. But the idea of him passing on the shield to Falcon, what I don't like about it is the personality shift I saw in Falcon and in the Winter Soldier. I was like, wait a second. I always remember. I remember you being a fun time guy, a little bit sassy. You know, that kind of stuff. I know that you had your moments where you were kind of a lot like Steve Rogers in the sense that you were even if you were the smallest dog in the fight, you'd keep going, right? You know, and him even more so because he's not got super soldier serum like Captain America. So he just had this dogged willingness to keep on. Persisting, and I think that's like one of the Captain America's biggest kind of things. So I saw the connection between them, but I didn't want them to drop the things that made Sam different from Captain America and make him some kind of woke Captain America. That's what I saw him being at the end of Falcon and Winter Soldier. It was like, I just thought it was like woke Captain America, just Captain America doing woke speeches or something like that. And it's just like, let's keep Sam who he was, because he was quite a fun character, like a happy-go-lucky character. That's a good Captain America, like a different version of him, right? Like he can be happy-go-lucky, fun, sassy, but still have those ideals that make him aspirational as well.
There's a couple of things you started. I'll get to woke, but you started with saying when Steve gave Falcon the shield. That's fine. Like he can accept this shield from his friend. It's the dropping the identity part that really irks me. But with the woke thing, he hasn't had much chances in the Marvel films that we've seen him in to be socially conscious. Two more things. Soul Blasted said we're buffering, but I don't think I experienced any buffering. And also minimize the screen, like make it so that the three of us faces are up now.
Oh yeah.
With the woke thing, yeah,
Sorry,
definitely.
man.
He's doing the preaching stuff to the politicians right at the end, since the news cameras were on there. He was talking to Isaiah Bradley, he was fuming because of that. He's just been put in situations where he's at home, where he's at the bank getting a loan, police officers, like the camera's there now. But in the movies, it's more like let's shoot at the freaking T'Chari, or they have a name. It's not T'Chari, but yeah, the army.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You mean the in Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Well, whatever he fought in Infinity War, he was.
Oh, in Infinity War, the oh right, yeah. I don't know what their names are. That's a good point. They're Thanos' army, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The army of Thanos.
Outriders, the Outlaws, something like that.
I know they have a name, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but do you agree with that? Like, yeah, he got woke, but like, and the thing is, I agree with most of his speech. I mean, if he stopped to be like, and I endorse, Boris Johnson, or I don't know any more politicians in your area.
Oh, right. Boris Johnson's really right wing, so I don't think that's what you're going for.
What's the Corbyn guy?
Jeremy Corbyn, maybe
that dude.
That's more.
If you mentioned that a name like Bernie Sanders, then I'll be like, okay, this is a little bit much. But he was just really saying, you guys need to get off your ass and stop using labels to dehumanize people, that kind of ish. And I'm like, I can get with that.
It's not what he was saying. That wasn't my problem with it. It was that it was clearly not necessarily what this character would say or the way he would say it. I feel if you write something the way a character will say it, and the way I feel will be organic for how that character has spoken to me over the time that I've seen him, then it's not jarring, and it's not just the writer going, hey, I believe this, so I want the character to say this, right? You always have to be aware what specific way would Sam talk and which specific way would Sam communicate this particular message that you're trying to say. I think Sam would be a little bit more humorous with it. I think he wouldn't just be like, like, I don't know, go on a 5-minute long monologue or whatever, however long that took. I think it was clumsily written, honestly. I don't think it was that, like, the content, most of it was fine. But it was clumsily written. It was awkward. It felt preachy. And I don't think Sam has been preachy before. He's more been somebody who is a listener, who is humorous, who has got heart.
Which he was in episode 2 when he was joking with Bucky about you're the White Panther, but he's never been wearing red, white, and blue before. And when put in this new situation, yeah, he's not the old Sam anymore. That's what these 6 episodes were for, to take him from somewhere where we recognize him to more of a outspoken leader type role.
Right, exactly. But that's the problem.
Yeah,
you have to be careful where I felt like I was watching another character. Like he's just suddenly transformed into a character I don't recognize, and quite frankly, a less likable character, because it's almost like, again, trying to be Captain America, like trying to be some different version of Captain. I don't know how to put it, but like it's almost like,
maybe this is my bias, but I saw the character that was always there. We just never had an opportunity to see that character. Yeah, Anzo's with me.
That's a fair criticism. Fair criticism of what I'm saying. I can see that. It depends on how he develops. That's how I see it.
Right. We still have supposedly a movie that he has.
The Black Order, right? Apparently.
so we don't know how he's going to be in the movie. I'm still think he's going to still have his comedy, his quirks and stuff like that, but he's going to be a lot more serious, right? Because he's going to take being Captain America a lot more serious than he did like in the other movies. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I think it's going to be fine though.
I still think he should just try and be himself. I think that's the most important thing. Like, if you want to, they should play to the actor's strengths as well. I mean, I think Anthony Mackie, I saw him play Martin Luther King. Didn't work for me either. I think he's not great at that stuff. I think he's better at being like just the sassy, a little bit cocky, kind of like funny, and I don't know.
So
did you see him play Martin Luther King? No, I'm not saying typecast him. He was good as Tupac. He was good in.
What? Wait. Hold on. Are you telling me he was
Papa
good?
Doc?
He was shit as Tupac.
He was Tupac,
Was he?
or are we talking about the 8 Mile movie?
No, he was Tupac
no.
in Notorious.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he was
quite
shit
good
as Tupac. No, he was shit.
Okay,
He was
fair
not
enough.
Tupac.
I don't remember the movie so well, so maybe I'll have to watch it again. But I remember being quite impressed with him in that. And I there was that movie with Ryan Gosling where he was really good in it. I thought he could have got a supporting actor nomination. He was playing like how would you put it, like a noble, a more noble drug dealer. Basically, he was a drug dealer, but it was more like it was out of necessity that he'd had to become this. And yeah, he was in a film with Ryan Gosling where, yeah, I can't remember what the name of the film is right now, but
there was a film he was like a drug
up.
lord with Naomi Harris. No, it was The Hate You Give. It was The Hate You Give, and his character name was King. Funny enough.
But I'll tell you this: as Martin Luther King, that was a bad casting.
Okay.
You know, I don't think he's a bad actor, but there's certain roles I just don't think, like, it just didn't work for him.
He will forever be.
He looked quite silly, like, personally, and to me that was the closest to what he was trying to do at the end of this movie, where he was trying to give the speeches and be like, you know, it just doesn't. You need certain types of people can pull that off. I just don't think he's necessarily that good at that. But we'll see. He can grow. You know, he's got the potential to grow. He is a good actor anyway. In other things, so maybe he just needs time to grow into that.
Yeah, I guess I could see that, but I think he's pretty good. I don't know about the Martin Luther King one, but I think he's going to be fine as Captain America. I'm glad they gave it to him. I'm glad they went that route, and I want to see more of him as Captain America.
Yeah, we'll see. But you know, he's good. Evans was great as Captain America. I don't think he's the only person who could have played Captain America in my mind, but he's pretty definitive. Like, he was really good, really good. And
I agree with that.
you know, he gave towards the end. He was giving Robert Downey Jr. a run for his money in terms of who's the most engaging character to watch in this whole series of movies. So those two were by far my favorite. Iron Man and then Groot.
I think that cast might have surpassed Iron Man towards the end, and it was close. So Onzo, tiebreaker, who was the star of the MCU?
It's still, for me, it still was Tony.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's still Tony. But I do think that
I think Captain America was my favorite character, but Robert Downey Jr. was a better performance.
Chris Evans as Captain America, I think that was his role. He did a great job on it, and it would, for me, it would be 1A, 1B. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But I think they should have given him much more to do in Endgame at the end. Captain America. I didn't like that I think he should have sacrificed himself. Really, I think he needed a warrior's death, man. Like, to really
Captain America.
Yeah, to really solidify. I don't think they should have maybe still Iron Man die at the end of it as well, but I feel like it would have been a 1-2 punch just to have both of them, to really show
But you see, the reason why they didn't do that, and it makes perfectly sense, is because it goes back to what things were said in the original, right? Because you got a Captain America who loves his country, did whatever he done for his country, would break his back for his country, and then he ended up going to live a life, where
for
he wanted
himself
to
and be
live. Right,
selfish.
exactly. And then you got Iron Man, where they said, well, you wouldn't put your life down on the line for people and stuff like that. And at the end of it, he does. So it's all about the arc, and they all completed the arc that they were supposed to complete. So I have no issues with that.
How's it going, bro?
What's up, Yellow?
This has turned into something completely different.
Oh, Yellow came back.
Chillmonger, what do you think of Donner? Like, were you a fan of any of his movies, Richard Donner, or you?
Oh, I don't know enough. I know that movie came out in '78. I saw it like a couple times on TV as a youngster, but I never, like, as an adult, sat down and said, "Let me watch the old movie from the '70s."
What about Omen or The Omen or The Goonies?
The Goonies, I've seen that one. Same thing as a kid on TV. Yeah.
Oh wow, okay. So
good stuff.
People don't watch these too much, but you like Lethal Weapon?
I don't remember that one.
Oh, okay. Wow. There you go, man. I think he's good. I really think he's quite an underrated director, because I think he had so many different tones of his movies, so people don't connect the fact that the guy who did Superman also did The Omen, which is a fantastic horror movie. He's the same guy who did, The Goonies, which is just like a little teen or coming of age adventure. And what else did he do? Scrooged is one of my, favorite movies. But you never think, like, Richard Donner. The styles of these movies are so different. So it's kind of interesting when you look at it. And then Lethal Weapon, obviously, it's just an action movie. Because of the diversity of his work, I just think people forget that it's all him that made all these classic movies that most people love. I don't know. Apparently not this panel. So, Yellow, what did you come back up for? You obviously had something to say.
The movies you were still on, so I just came back because you were still on. And I'm supposed to be doing another show, but I don't know if that's happening right now. The movies are good. You know what I mean? I was in a fit of rage over the fact that you had Infinity War so close to Marvel's Capcom, which is a great game, by the way. Captain Marvel, that, like, I just couldn't think of anything else. And every time I brought it up, you started talking about something else. Like, one time I was like, why is Infinity War sitting next to Marvel's Capcom? You were like, but Richard Donner died. And I was like, don't fucking distract me from what I'm talking about now, So he made great movies. Those movies are good. Obviously, Superman 2 is the greatest Superman movie ever made, right? Like, I think there's just what it is. But I don't know. I'm a terrible person. So all these celebrities die unless I care about the stuff they did. Care. I don't really care. I love Amy Winehouse music. I love Amy Winehouse music.
I love
Amy Winehouse. She died.
Well, I don't
beyond the fact that I won't get any more music.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? Because people think that not caring is like this negative thing. Not caring is literally indifference. So I don't not care that she died. That is indifference. That is not caring. People like to pretend that it's this terrible thing, but it doesn't matter.
I love the way this is a real podcast. The first podcast where we're actually just going to say we don't care that these people die. I'm not like, anyone dying too young, I just think is terrible. But when someone is like old and they've lived their life and he's 91, I'm just happy that he got to make all these movies, and it's great. And I just more wanted to honor the memory of what he did when he was alive, as opposed to be like depressed about him dying. He died at 91, like a rich man, So I don't think there's any massive tragedy that happened other than death is terrible in general, and I wish death didn't happen.
It sucks.
Yeah, but
It happens to
Yeah, no,
everybody.
you're right though.
Jack.
I like when it comes to other celebrities. I don't know. How do you feel about it? I don't. You know, certain people, I just if I like them, then I'll mention. You know, hey, like, and if they died young, obviously, it's not like I care. It's not my family, but you know,
But I'd recognize a tragedy if somebody below 70 dies. Then we could talk about how, what happened? How could I prevent
70? Jesus Christ.
Well, if you make 70, then
70
you're good.
is
Like
young,
Vince
man.
McMahon can go anytime, and I'm gonna say, okay, Vince McMahon, he had his run. He's like 77 right now.
Vince McMahon.
This is the first old guy.
Is he a hero of yours? Like you really love what he did or something?
Yeah,
he's just a really old guy, you know.
Yeah, but like if he died, I would be like, well, yeah, you know, he worked himself to the end, and there he is. You know, I wouldn't.
Vince
feel sad
McMahon,
about
the man
either.
who ruined wrestling.
The man who bought out everybody, yes, but
destroyed wrestling. Yeah, I guess.
I wouldn't necessarily say he destroyed wrestling, though. He was the one that brought wrestling to the mainstream to where it was today. Like
no, Hulk Hogan did. Macho Man did. Jake
Hulk
the Snake
Hogan
did.
But who's
$1 Million Man did that shit.
Okay,
sure,
hold on.
But then they went to DCW and it died. So
right, and the brainchild of all those characters was Vince McMahon.
He wasn't the brainchild. Hulk Hogan came over and he knew his character. He was the one. So did Ultimate Warrior.
No.
And Macho Man definitely did.
We do
because I've looked into that.
So
there's no way to look into it. There's no documented information. It's all whoever.
You can't just say that, Yellow. I've looked into it and I know that Macho Man had a character before, and he came over and he said that's what my character is going to be. And most of the time, Vince McMahon made up a character like Undertaker, right? Like that was a character he actually came up with. Some of them worked, but a lot of them really didn't. Most of the guys like Mick Foley, a number of other people, like I think Stone Cold and The Rock, like that was like slowly developed. But it was Pat Patterson or something who came up with Stone Cold's thing.
Yeah.
And,
Stone Cold was from his wife, who was British, and she said
his wife did say the thing.
Drink your tea, it's turning stone cold. And then he goes, aha, that's my new character. Yeah. I won't be called the Ringmaster. I won't have Ted DiBiase.
Yeah. So he pitched it himself. You're right, exactly. So Stone Cold again, it was him who pitched that idea. I think maybe somebody gave him the finishing move or something. But in any case, I think it's kind of like, saying all the best doctors in the world come from America or the UK or Europe or something. And it's like, no, they pretty much come from all over the world. Like they're made and developed there. Like, you know what I mean? Like whether it's India or Asia or wherever, but like, because there's so much money and wealth in those places, people flock from all over the world. The best flock from all over the world to come there. So who's responsible for that? Is it just like they've got the most money and, I don't know.
Do you see how much Richard Donner really matters? Do you see?
What? What do you mean?
Just saying. They immediately started talking about something entirely different. It's just where the conversation naturally went, was somewhere entirely different.
Absolutely. Just because you are heathens who don't respect the godfather of the comic book movie you propose or presume to like. If it was like, I swear, if it was Kevin Feige, you guys would be like all in tears, like, oh my God, my Kevin, my beautiful Kevin. Like, come on, man. 22 movies and he hasn't even got one as good as Superman. The first
23 and it'll be 24 tomorrow.
I would entirely disagree with the concept that there isn't an MCU movie that's better than Superman, let alone just as good.
Facts.
And I did air quotes, but my hands are beneath the table.
Dude, if the MCU movies right?
Just shut up.
No. Listen to this. You're gonna hear me out in this. If those MCU
you don't have to
movies
tell me I'm gonna hear you out. Just say what you're saying.
Had the CGI, didn't have the special effects. Had the same capabilities of special effects that the Superman movies had at that time, no one would like them. It'd be terrible. Because
Man of Steel has the same effects that MCU has right now, and Man of Steel was trash. The effects are very irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
No, but they're not as good as the old Superman movies. Man of Steel isn't as good as the Superman 1 and 2.
I mean, that's a matter of perspective. But I'm inclined to agree. The point is that the visual effects are irrelevant because you can still have a trash movie made that has incredible visual effects. So,
facts.
No, I agree. Like a lot of those MCU movies.
Yeah, except you're the only person who doesn't like them, like in the world. So, not to say that everybody can't be wrong, right? Because I've been in groups where everybody was wrong and I was right, but that's not the case here because, it's
the case. It's
not when the main reason why you don't like it is that because the little girl looked like a regular little girl, right? Like, not when the main reason you don't like it is that. Like, just what are you talking about? No, he had a good haircut. He's an archer. He knows how to use his hands.
You know what I mean? Oh, I looked at his haircut and was like, his haircut is 2 GQ. Like, really?
Yeah. And it wasn't even that good. Like, what?
Absolutely ridiculous arguments you have sometimes.
Oh, I mean, man, how Black Widow's performance in Endgame was top notch. None of that was related to CGI. That was
when she ate that fucking peanut butter sandwich, bro.
Yeah,
I was gonna cry. I was gonna cry. It was. Come on, so what are you talking about, man? She was over there acting her ass off.
Oh, look at this. Kevin Feige watches Superman 78 and it's one of his favorite movies. He constantly uses it for reference in the MCU.
What's your point? A lot of people use those movies.
Good. I'm glad. Pay homage to the Godfather. I respect it.
It's the Godfather. But again, he hasn't done better than it, but that's fine.
That's just
well, that's fine. I mean, it's a great movie.
It's demonstrably false. I can demonstrate how false that is.
You can't. I'm telling you. Most of those movies, people like them because of the CGI. Mostly, like the CGI plus.
At least have your camera on if you're gonna choke to death. That's all I'm saying.
Don't. So you okay there?
He's like, no. Don't have your camera on.
So go on, Chillmonger. Tell us what you think of all this before. I do have to go, but tell us. Am I crazy? Was that haircut not too GQ for a man suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Which haircut?
Hawkeye in when he was.
That?
What was it?
That's new action figure stuff. He can't have.
Let me bring it up.
It's just something for the new action figure. Whenever they have a new look like that, the new Spider-Man suit looks a tad different than the Iron Spider. So yeah, I'll give it. Yeah, you know what, Nerd Man? The midlife crisis. Yeah, totally.
He literally just has the sides shaved off of his head. This is the GQ haircut that he's talking about here. The GQ. It's fucking patchy.
All the energy that
and what does GQ even mean? Are you talking about the magazine?
I think
was he wearing a suit?
He was wearing a GQ modern hit
modern. The movie takes place in the future.
It was a hipster straight. What was it? Queer Eye for the straight guy.
It was a high top. It was a high top fade, except white hair.
GQ stands for Gentleman's Quarterly.
What is it? Right, that's the magazine.
What is it? Ronin. Yeah, Hawkeye is Ronin. Let's see this haircut right now. Share this with everyone.
I remember what the haircut looks like.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's trimmed.
I just remember it in that scene. Look at that.
It's a mohawk.
Look at that. I'm gonna show this right now.
Sathwick says it's just a haircut.
bruh.
What haircut? I don't see no hair.
It's a fucking.
Look at that. Look, does that look like a man whose wife and children have just.
They didn't just. It was 5 years.
And he's hunting. He's hunting down people. It's been 5 years. There's one shot of it. I can't. It's like a beautiful. Look, it's even got a quick.
Nerdman, pull that up. Pull that up right there.
Fuck?
Yeah, because you're talking so much shit. Your fucking PC can't. It's like, no, I can't take this shit no more.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh my! It's a little mohawk and shit. What the fuck?
What's your point?
This exactly looks like the man who lost his whole family and then just found out that he lost his bed. Like, look at the taper. The taper is not upkept at all. It like what do you like? What is what are you talking about?
That's a haircut Jeremy Renner got before the movie, and he just was like, "I'm Jeremy Renner. I'm not cutting my hair." And they were like, "All right, Jeremy Renner." That's cool.
You know what?
That's literally it.
No, you're absolutely right. Because a DC stan really has a lot of like purchase to talk shit about somebody's grooming practices in the movie, right?
What are you talking about? What DC
I'm talking about Superman's mustache, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Superman's mustache. Oh, whatever, man.
Yo, like, whatever now, right?
Whatever.
Listen, guys, enjoy your show. Come stop by the Midday Mashup. We're starting up soon. Come check us out. All of y'all are invited to come on. Although it's gonna be fucked up if you all try to. So
no, cool. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna stop it so I can come and watch yours anyway. So
watch. You can come on the show. I just invited you to talk to spout the bullshit. But no, you can watch. You can stay and watch. It's fine. Anzo, as well. Chillmonger, come check us out, man. I'm out of here.
Definitely, man. Send me the link on Twitter.
Peace, dude.
Is he frozen?
I just did that because it's funny.
Oh, okay. All right, guys, man. I think I'm gonna leave it at that though. But thank you so much, Chillmonger. We finally got you on the show, man. Happy to see you here. Man. We are doing Hot Takes Tuesdays sometime this week. I'd love you to join for this one.
Is it not Tuesday today?
They're doing it on Thursday.
Yeah, I think we might do it Wednesday or Thursday this week, depending.
So you're doing Hot Takes Tuesdays on a Wednesday or Thursday?
Well, we can't do it every week on the same day because, like, there's different.
Because it wouldn't be a hot take, right?
There's different schedules and shit. But I'd love you to join Chillmonger since you haven't been on one of those before. So I'll send you the details. And Enzo, man, of course you can join. So yeah. Apart from that, guys, definitely subscribe to Chillmonger's channel. He's got a great channel. If you're an MCU fan, Chillmonger's channel is a channel for you. But also, you do like a lot of. I've seen that you've done reactions to some music, some other like. Yeah.
I'll do more than just comic book stuff now. That's why I named the channel Chillmonger, not Chillmonger Comics, not Chillmonger Movies, not Chillmonger Reviews. I'm gonna do reactions. I'll do anything I really feel like doing nowadays. I'm in the F it mode. I'm like really close to 1,000, and I'm thinking, why not experiment?
Yeah, just experiment, expand, man. Definitely.
Absolutely.
So please subscribe to him. Can you send me a link to your channel by any chance so I can just put it?
I'll tweet you it. I'll DM you it.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll have to put it in the descriptions then. But I should.
I just checked to see if I was subscribed, and I wasn't, which I thought I was. But I subscribed to you, brother.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'm sub, dude. I'm sub.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
See these last things. It looks like a man who's a superhero who lost his family. No, he doesn't. Well, who has a mohawk when you've got that? Like that. You let your hair just go out and your beard. You don't look like that. Wasn't he wearing eyeliner as well? I swear he was wearing like eyeliner.
Oh my God. Time to go, guys. I'm not looking for anything, man. anything. You're
No, I'm not,
ridiculous.
man.
Yeah,
No, you know it's true.
yeah.
That's why
No.
you don't like it. You know it's true, bro. You know it's true. Anyway, yeah, guys. I will leave their channels in the description as well. Um, yeah, both of them. Enzo, I love talking to you every time. You're so funny. It's hilarious
It's
talking to
Enzo.
you.
Onzo, how do I say your name?
Onzo. It's Onzo.
Yeah.
I always forget it, so I like say it like because I used to say Enzo, so I need to correct myself.
No problem. You'll get used to it. I remember, like, when I was in school, people used to always say Enzo, so I'm used to it like that. So, but it's Onzo. It's Onzo.
But in any case, man, I always love having you on, man. It's always like funny to talk to you about this stuff. And Chillmonger, man, it's been cool. I don't like. I've got a beef with you though. I'm gonna. I'm gonna tell you off the stream. But apart from that, man, thanks for coming on. And yeah, like, subscribe, share, and what else do we have to do? Comment. I love the comments. Like, keep the conversation going. Tell me how blasphemous my list is, or give me your top 10s in the comments, and I'll respond to it as well. So that being said, I think that's all I need to do, and I'll see you on the flip side. Love you 3000. Peace.
Peace.